Okay. Now, can y'all hear me now? Yeah, we good? Okay, now can you hear?
And Gilbert's still mad that, you know, he be allegedly paying for the same girls that like me for my mama's recipe.
So y'all can hear both of us. Sorry about that, goddamn. I'm blaming that on Maestro. Maestro came in and he added some Discord stuff. So the basketball play, when we play 2K, they can hear me. So we good. Let's just get right to it. We don't waste too much time. Y'all ready? We can hear? We good? We good? Okay.
He was after this girl so hard. He give her all the money. Give her all the money. He couldn't understand. Some of these guys, man, some of these niggas can't understand no.
Okay, it's my fault. I never understand why one of his main excuses to niggas mad is women. He always used some phantom women that we are mad about, which is weird. Like, it's just random women that we mad about that he has. It's just a weird thing.
Some of these niggas, when they get to a point and they just good at one thing, they good at a game, they think that just means everything. You niggas be lame as fuck, jealous as fuck, always worried about another nigga. They all click up to sleep with each other, side chicks or the main chick. They don't give a fuck. None of them chicks. So
we all click up to sleep with everybody's side chick. That's everybody. It's everybody. But he called himself the best side nigga in the world because he was sleeping with everybody's side chick. It was a weird conversation, but let's
see it in him. So this nigga, we in the playoffs, right? He talked about this on the podcast, right? We in the playoffs. We playing the Miami Heat. I'm dunking on these motherfuckers. I'm killing. I'm having a breakout year. I went down to Sarasota, Florida.
Y'all heard that, right? Did y'all hear that? Let's rewind for some of the people in the back.
To sleep with each other, side chicks or the main chick. They don't give a fuck. None of them chicks. So I see it in them. So this nigga, we in the playoffs, right? He talked about this on the podcast, right? We in the playoffs. We playing the Miami Heat. I'm dunking on these motherfuckers. I'm killing. I'm having a breakout year. I went down to Sarasota.
First lie. Kwame, first lie. You never played against Miami Heat in the playoffs, so you dunked on nobody. You already had quit the team. So you did not play against Miami Heat in the playoffs for you to even mention you were dunking on anybody. Lie number one. Lie.
Sarasota, Florida. I'm working out with Robert Parrish. Who was the other guy? Goddamn, Clifford Ray. That's my dude. Shout out to Clifford Ray, Robert Parrish. I'm working out with them down there. And for the first time in the summertime, I wasn't injured. I was injured a lot. You know, fucking Doug, he a fucking slave breaker. So he got jihadi white fouling the shit out of me. He just doing dumb shit. They bringing in these crazy, rough, tough niggas to just elbow me.
This is before me, so I don't know nothing about this.
Foul me, and he making me lift all these goddamn weights. So I blow up to 255. Then he say, oh no, that's too big. Then I got to lose 30 pounds before I play. So as much as they talk about this #1 draft pick shit.
I thought you gained weight when you broke your hand and you couldn't do nothing. And you came into training camp as a rookie, 30 pounds heavier. But that's neither here nor there.
How come none of them talk about how many minutes I played? None of them talk about analytics and why I was in the league so long. So
you was in the league so long because you was one of the cheapest big men that was around. A 7 foot, 3, 4, 5 that can move, that was fast, that was agile. You had potential. So, but you was really, really cheap for a 7-footer. That's why you lasted that long.
So Gilbert Arenas, he understood. Gilbert Arenas is the worst thing for niggas. He act like he like black folks. Him, Steven Jackson, all of them. And that little Matt Barnes, that little shit you did to put a battery in Jack back, that little tapping and all that little girl shit. I used to like you, but now I see you want.
He started off saying he was dunking in Miami to now he's rambling about something else. It's the liquor. He was drunk, obviously. He's smoking hookah. But it started off with what happened in the playoffs in Miami Heat that he wasn't a part of. Now we're on to what? Matt Barnes.
One of them confused little light-skinned niggas that was never dark enough to hang with the blacks, so you had to act like a jackass to prove you was tough, and you was never white enough to be with the whites. So you just an angry little nigga. And so the shit you say is always aggressive and stupid. You don't know how to respect a man in his space. Nigga, I ain't never said nothing to you, all about you. So to go that far and tap and do all that little girl shit, what's wrong with you niggas? Who raised you niggas to take food out of another man's mouth?
Because he tapped a nigga on the leg, he took food out your mouth. Okay, Kwame Brown, that video that they did, we went on a podcast. Brother, you had 1,100 subs. 1,100 subs. You had 8,000 IG followers. What food did they take out your mouth when they did the tapping? I don't get that statement there, but carry on.
Who raised you little Stephen A. million ass niggas to be so girly and and how to look at you show? I thank you little girl ass niggas for the platform. I needed something to talk about. And you little girl ass niggas is the topic. And I hope I offend one of you two or three. Or just keep it a man. Because all of you know me. All you niggas know me. So, but Gilbert Arenas, back to this fake slime ball.
What'd you just say on me, nigga? How about this? Next time you do something like that, just stay on the person that you're talking about. How do you go from that to back to me?
But last nigga hit. So this is why they put niggas like him in place, right? This is why all of them will talk about me, but never invite me to their podcast. This is the second, third time they talk about me on All the Smoke. How the fuck you want to?
Second or third time that they talked about him on All the Smoke.
All the Smoke. And you ain't never invite the nigga you talking about. Seem like you want some of the goddamn smoke. Change your podcast. The new podcast.
So if nobody knows, what happened was this. Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes had Jenny Buss on the episode before mine. So they had Jenny Buss, and I guess they disrespected him with the trade and the Paul Gasol. They didn't mention his name. I have no idea. Then watch that episode. Then the next episode was me. And during ours, they mentioned the Wizards. And then Steven Jackson made some comments. I defended him. Matt Barnes did the tapping, whatever. That's this, where he's talking about 2 or 3.
That says, these niggas want some of the goddamn smoke. Because I want all the smoke. and Jack, your sensitive ass, you know that. Always talking so goddamn loud. He mad because I checked him about some shit he did in Miami.
He was just talking about me.
But anyway, we'll get to that too.
Okay.
But back to Gilbert Arenas. This motherfucker, his agent, God bless the dead, I heard he passed away. Dan Fagan was his agent. They just paid Tyson Chandler like $60 million. Tyson Chandler was averaging, I think, at the time, 5 points and 5 rebounds. At that time, I was averaging 10 points and 9 rebounds, almost a double-double.
Okay. Once again, another lie. Okay? Right? You already got one lie, dunking and playing in the playoffs against Miami. That's one lie. Here's your second lie.
I heard he passed away. Dan Fagan was his agent.
Mm-hmm.
They just paid Tyson Chandler like $60 million.
They just paid Tyson Chandler $60 million in the playoffs. Lie.
Tyson Chandler was averaging, I think, at the time, 5 points and 5 rebounds.
Another lie. Tyson Chandler, during that year, averaged 8 points, 9.7 rebounds, 1.8 blocks.
At that time, I was averaging 10 points and 9 rebounds, almost.
Another lie. At that time, Kwame Brown, you was averaging 7 points and 4 rebounds.
Double-double. So back then, all you had.
You was not averaging close to no motherfucking double-double. 7 and 4 is what you averaged.
The dude was getting $100 million is 10 and 10.
100, everybody? Correct. Niggas back then, if you averaged 10 and 10, $100 million, you are correct.
And I'm 1 rebound under 10 and 10.
No, you're 6 rebounds away from 10 rebounds, 3 points away from 10 points.
So
You are confused with the year before, year 3, when you average 10 and 7. 2 different years. But let's go.
Gilbert, you know, the hating ass nigga, slime ball nigga he is. He had his agent, you know, hitting my phone. Yo, man, you need to leave. Arn, tell him. Da, 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 da. He flying to Utah. Everywhere I'm at, Darren Fagan is there. I'm telling you, this and that, man. You need to come with me. I'm gonna get you paid.
So he was looking for a new agent. My agent said, hey, I heard Kwame Brown is looking for new representation. Can you give him my number? I gave Kwame Brown my agent's number. Whatever they decided, they met up in Utah. 20 games before the playoffs. 20 games before the playoffs is when they had a meeting in Utah. Okay.
Arn telling me like, nigga, shit, Tyson done got paid on 5 and 5.
Lie. Your agent couldn't have told you that Tyson got paid money for 5 and 5 during our basketball season of 2005 in what? March, April. Okay? That is impossible. You guys were free agents, meaning when the season is over, nigga, that's when teams negotiate with you guys, right? July 1st is when they negotiate with you guys. So how is your agent and you having a conversation about what Tyson Chandler didn't get yet? Let's carry on.
Nigga, you was the #1 draft pick. Just you killing in the playoffs.
You're killing in the playoffs. But the
drove down the lane. I'm dunking on Nocioni. You can look at it. I had to look.
Looking on Nocioni. Oh, this is important.
The #1 draft pick. Just you killing in the playoffs. I done drove down the lane. I'm dunking on Nocioni. You can look at it. I had a little wrap on my arm. Just put my arm through a window.
Now, for all you guys, when I said this nigga threw his arm through a window, chasing his baby mama, y'all pretended that I lied. You know why? Because his video, he originally erased this part. He erased it off of his video. I said he threw his arm in the window, got all these scars. He said his daddy did it. His daddy burned him with these little cigars. Y'all made edits. I was a liar. I even had the teammate who drove him to the hospital to fix this. This is the original video. He says it himself. He just punched through a window. The story is he was drunk as fuck, chasing his girlfriend. She locked the window. The nigga had the keys in his pocket, so he could have just unlocked the bitch. But he decided he wanted to punch through the window. But here, he explains it here.
Drove down the lane. I'm dunking on Nocioni. You can look at it. I had a little wrap on my arm. Just put my arm through a window. You know?
That's a lie, too. Technically, you didn't just put it through the window. You put it through the window during training camp. That was damn near 4 or 5 months ago, dummy. But, you know.
I'm recovering from that. I had plenty of injuries. So I'm dunking. I'm killing. Gilbert go tell Eddie Jordan, Kwame in my way. I need y'all to bench him because he in my way.
Now, this right here is what brought me to the internet. This is part 1. I went to our coach and told him Kwame was in my way and had him bench, is what's coming out this man's mouth.
And I can't play with him in my way. I can't score like I want to.
I can't scold.
And because they did, and he even said this in his own on the podcast. If you listen to what he said when he was talking,
remember that. Why? This is why I came. He was in my way. I had him bitched.
To Steven Jackson and the little light skinned girl. If you listen to what he said, the nigga said, when I was in school, they never punished me for nothing I did off the court. He would just make me run 5 miles. And I looked at it like, I didn't care. I'm just getting in shape. So this is a little boy who never been punished for anything he did. He's never had a consequence for nothing. He just understood that I could just play this game. And that's what he should do. Shut the fuck up and play a game. Because you talking about a nigga that told his mama at 5 years, motherfucker.
And what the fuck does this gotta do with me having you benched in the playoffs? See, the problem with you is you just talk too damn much, running your mouth with that liquor on your breath. Now you about to monologue about you and your mama, you're buying shit. Oh, cool. I'm not here because what you bought your mama on a golf course, I can care less. I want you to stand on, I had you benched in the playoffs and took money and food out your daughter's mouth. That's why this beef started. And I want you to stand
fucking old
10
nigga.
toes down.
That he was gonna buy her a house, and he did it at 18. And you doing them white folks bidding, talking about bus and talking about this, nigga,
I really want to get so disrespectful, but I got a show to put on. But we gonna get to the bottom. And I got 7 videos, and nigga, I'm going back to 2005. You in trouble. Let's just say that. You in trouble.
every black kid should be a bust then, nigga. I put my mom on a golf course at 18.
But did she play golf? Was she Miss Tiger Woo? Probably not.
Nigga, check my real life resume. Fuck a game. I can't fight the system. Who would want to
You can't fight.
hear that Michael Jordan didn't really draft me number one to nurture and raise me to be a basketball player? He wanted to trade me to the Chicago Bulls for Elvin Brand.
No, don't laugh. Do y'all think she went out on the golf course and played golf, or do you just think that it just makes for good analog? Okay.
Who wanted to hear that? That would be like talking about Beyonce. Who the fuck would want to hear somebody say anything? The Beehive will sting the fuck out you. So
I'm smoking the fuck out that hookah.
I know this. I'm a man child. I've been a grown ass man. I've been taking care.
He's a man child. Man child. He called himself a man child.
My mama bills since my brothers went to prison. Shout out to Mitchell's Construction. Shout out to McDonald's. Nigga, because I needed that money to help mama. And that's why I'm opening up programs. And I told you niggas, thank you niggas for giving me the platform, because you niggas dumb. You take your platform and talk about stupid shit. You niggas, that's why they give you a platform, to be a fucking idiots. And when the last time you Black Lives Matter punk ass niggas talked about somebody white?
You know what? Okay, listen. This didn't age well for him, right? He's about to open up. This didn't age well because it's 5 years later. We know he didn't do shit. So this don't age well. And I know some of you guys might get triggered for what he promised y'all, but you know what? Take y'all feelings out of it, okay? Right? Don't think about why you started following him, because we know he didn't do none of this shit he's about to talk about.
Every podcast, every show, they talking about some black male. They pay these niggas to do that. White people don't gotta attack us no more. They got niggas like this. Here I am minding my business, never said nothing about these brothers.
The white people ain't got to do it. They got niggas like Kwame. He gonna attack Stephen A. Smith. He gonna attack Bronny James. He gonna attack Shetty Sharp. He gonna attack Matt. He gonna attack all the blacks. Yeah, you don't need white no more. You got him.
Brothers, they could have had their opinion on the trade and included me, because she said something factual. I was traded for Marc Gasol and Kwame Brown. Oh no, it's just one person. Nigga,
I wasn't on this pod. I wasn't on this episode. So he's going back and forth.
My mama said I was somebody, you bitch ass nigga. What the fuck these niggas talking about? I'm on a team with this whole nigga. This nigga act like a female. Steven Jackson?
He's talking about Steven Jackson, y'all.
That nigga act like a female.
Okay.
Running into clubs with guns and with rags hanging out his pocket. He Black Lives activist 1 minute and he a gang member the next minute. They give stupid niggas like that a platform to say a bunch of dumb shit. This nigga will never talk to me like that in my face. But you will get on TV and try to act like that.
You know what's so funny? After this episode, didn't both them two niggas challenge you in a fight and you say, I'm a sidewalk nigga, I don't fight? Okay. That's
amazing. These niggas amazing. So Gilbert Arenas goes on there saying sly comments and then acting like we cool at the same time, when I done saved this nigga from plenty of situations in DC. This nigga is just stupid. You can't save that nigga from, he'll crash dummy. He one of them niggas that's from the valley and something about his mind is off. He want to be a street nigga so bad. He can't just be a good guy and a man. See, I'm a man, and that's why a lot of niggas jealous of me. I don't give a fuck what you call yourself, what organization you with.
I want y'all to hold on to all this. Just let it soak in. Just let it soak. He's a man, right?
Nothing. You disrespect me, I'm gonna disrespect you, and then hopefully me and you can figure that out. Not your gang. You say you a man. I wear this shit on my sleeve, and I come with respect. I don't bother nobody.
You know, nigga, when you come meet people, you come with pepper spray, a gun, and a knife. And that's what we know you come with.
You don't hear me talking about nobody. This nigga Steven Jackson say successful people ain't hating. When he was mad at the nigga Charleston White, he say successful people ain't hating and hating people or some shit like that. Nigga, you broke. Now, why you hating on me in that matter? I ain't say nothing about this nigga. I know about all the dumb shit this nigga do. The nigga take my baby mama and go with his wife down to Miami. He out in front of the club acting like a straight up jackass. $10 million in your account. How the fuck you think you a street nigga? The street niggas I know not gonna respect you to be no street nigga. You better be coming ass backwards with your wallet forward, nigga. Then you could be a street nigga. But niggas that do that every day, you think they gonna let you be a street nigga? These niggas mind messed up. And maybe that's why they keep talking about me in the manner that they talk about me, because to the free throw line. How I'm getting fouled so much? Talk analytics at one point in time. I think in 2000, these niggas mind messed up. And maybe that's why they keep talking about me in the manner that they talk about me, because I just don't get it at this point. You don't talk analytics at one point in time. I think in 2004, these are facts. I was like leading the league or second in the league at getting to the free throw line.
Cap, that's another lie. You was never at no point in time leading no NBA and no free throw attempt, free throw made, free throw looked at. Bitch, you averaged 10 points a game at your best year. You averaged 7 points the year you complaining about. Unless you made all 7 free throws, you still would be, and I counted, you are ranked in free throws, your best year, 110th.
How is that? How I'm getting fired?
I don't know what you leading in. Maybe bus, all the bus you led in all the bus and free throw, but not the NBA that I know averaging the points you averaged. Another lie.
I'm putting my foot in these niggas' ass every time I touch the ball. And you got to think about it. Gilbert shooting the ball 20, 25 times a motherfucking game. Larry Hughes shooting the ball 20, 25 times a game. Motherfucking Antoine Jameson shooting the ball 20, 25 times a game. Nigga ain't up but 8, 10 shots. I got 30 points on 12 shots.
Cap again, nigga. Cap again. You did not score 30 points when it was me, Antoine, and Larry Hughes. You did not score 30 points when us three was on the same team. Your highest was 19 points. That was the last game of the season when niggas had to sit. But you scored 30 points on 12 attempts. You're confusing yourself. The year before Antoine, you had 30 points against Sacramento on 16 attempts, 12 made baskets. Whole different year, buddy. Whole different year.
Look at the percentages. Nigga, if you looked up the percentages of how I scored the basketball, give me 20 shots, I'm on pace with every nigga in the league. At one time, me and Kevin Garnett, points and rebounds per minute, because that's how they do it. And that's why Stephen A and all these guys.
You, as a fourth-year player or third-year player, whatever best, you was probably on pace with Kevin Garnett when he was a rookie. When he was a rookie and he averaged 9, that's what pace you was on. What are you talking? What kind of drink you got? What is in that hookah? I can tell it had to be something strong because you ain't smoked it since.
Guys that they pay to just talk about black people. That's why them niggas, it's more about being a personality and bashing black folk. That's all they do, 24 hours a day. Make grown men that have made sacrifices their entire life. that have helped their entire family. That some of these people have a way better head start and way better advantage. I know white folks studying how in the fuck this boy beat every statistical. They need to do a movie about my life. How did this guy beat every stereotype that they say make you lose? That's why I printed a shirt one day. I got a shirt to say fuck.
They're not gonna make you. I told y'all he was gonna go live. They're not gonna make a movie about your life, sir. No, they're not making a movie about your life. I mean, they have a character as Oscar the Grouch. A nigga live in a trash can. That is your life.
What they say. They don't breathe life into kids no more. They tell them they can't do it. That's why they want to bash a guy like me over and over. It's 20 years ago since I played basketball. I got drafted 20 fucking years ago.
Then I tell y'all he was gonna go live, and we didn't even get to the shit that's about to embarrass him. We not even there yet. And he's already trying to go live to take his audience over there because he knows they're not gonna come back. Nah, nigga, it's too late.
20. And a kid that got my life story, they let some nigga that can't play basketball, they bust. And y'all fell for that shit, huh? At the end of the time, the last, look here, black athletes who show them kids what it is other than posting up. But then when somebody alive, all they do is, I know you. You pay for women, nigga. I know you very well. Buying bags and all that.
So Steven Jackson pays for women too. So both of us are paying for women. So you see, everybody he fights with, they pay for women.
Shit, nigga, I know you. I know a lot of you effeminate males. So you niggas need to quit it with me. Don't ever speak on my name in that manner, nigga. When I don't talk about you, nigga, don't speak on me. Point blank, period. You niggas ain't supposed to be getting podcasts to talk like NBA or bust. Compared to everybody, crazy thing is, it's like these niggas will get on the internet and act like it's like that. But in public, like you try to make me look like I'm some.
Hold on. Let me give him a credit.
Compared to everybody else, the fuck is you talking about? That's what y'all want to let out for these kids to see? Nigga, ain't no nigga in the NBA or bust. Compared to everybody else, they the best.
Correct. That was a correct statement. Compared to everybody else in the world, he's not a bust. He's correct. Amongst other players, he's a bust. But so he is correct in the way he's using it.
Are there levels when you get to that level? Yes. But put some respect on people's name, nigga. Baby, quote baby on that shit. and the crazy thing is, it's like these niggas will get on the internet and act like, nigga, I told you I was homeless, nigga. He said, so, nigga, all that sensitive shit, nigga. Because I'm afraid of 5 down. This is that. Don't pass me the ball. Nigga, I don't care about all that. Gilbert say I called him and say, don't pass me the ball because I'm afraid of 5 down. This is that. Bitch ass nigga, I came off an injury. Go look at where my arm is covered with a black sleeve.
So he didn't say that's not true. He's making an excuse for why he called me and told me don't do 5 down.
All I'm trying to talk to my point guard, not this effeminate male, my point guard, and say, look, the basket gets bigger when you get a layup. He listening to this shit about my hands are so small that he won't throw the lobs by the rim.
I'm not listening to shit about your hands being small. I don't care if your hands is big or small. Nigga, you couldn't catch the ball. So why am I going to throw the knowing it's a turnover? I don't care why your hands being small or not. Nigga, catch the ball. I don't want the turnover trying to throw a lob with a nigga who can't catch. You mad at me because you can't catch, and then you want to have an excuse on why you can't catch? That's your motherfucking problem. I'm just saying that I would rather pass the ball down than try to throw it up, because it's not like you was fucking Blake Griffin. It's not like you jumped out the gym. You didn't jump that damn high for me, who didn't really have a 99 accuracy pass. My shit was all about 71, 73, so I had to be careful on how I threw it. You know what I mean? I didn't want you to look bad, nor did I want me to look bad.
The whole time I'm quick enough. I got the quickest feet you'd ever done seen. Nigga, the whole time I can get to the rim, he won't throw it up. He'll throw a bounce pass, or he'll dribble it out, or he'll shoot it. He even said it. So all I said to this nigga was, man, throw that lob. Don't be scared to throw a lob. Nigga, what the fuck are you talking about?
It went from he telling me, don't run 5 down. So when I get in the game and coach say 5 down, he's saying, nah, don't run 5 down. And then he just turns it into just throw the lob.
Then I get to LA, Lamar throwing the lobs all over the place. I'm catching with one hand everywhere. But see, these niggas.
Cap, bitch, you average 7 points over there. I don't know how many lobs they threw you. You averaged 7. Kobe Bryant said the same thing. You couldn't catch the ball, right? So I don't know who was throwing you lobs in LA. Maybe you got one. I don't know. But we didn't see it, right? We see what we see. You missing passes, right? They complained about you missing passes. They complained about you doing all of it. They talked about your hands in Los Angeles.
And see, that's the only thing about the whole MJ stigma. And when
is that Tommy? Is that Tommy Sotomayor? Tell me that ain't Tommy. Tommy, you back? Is that Tommy? You back? Get the fuck out of here! Ah, this is a full circle moment. Oh shit, Tommy! Because Tommy here. I gotta give Tommy a show. So I might get disrespectful. Now. I might get disrespectful. Tommy, the great Tommy is here. Oh shit! I might have to pull out shit. If I had the Willie saws, I had to pull it out for you, man.
When somebody like you, when they like somebody the way that they love MJ and have the obsession over, like, let me see your hand. I broke fourth his hand. He said, "Oh, your hand." I'm telling you, Kurt Rambis came up to me and was like, "Let me see your hand." I put my hands up. It was bigger than his hand. He said,
"That nigga has small hands."
Oh, your hands ain't small. It's just my right hand. I broke fifth, metacarpal, 8th bone in my wrist broke.
The fuck does that got to do with your hand being small? Because you broke it, did it get smaller? What was the reason of you talking about you broke your hand and people saying your hands is small? Did they shrink because you broke your 5th, 4th, 16th metatarpal?
They know this.
So you broke your hand and then still punched through a window a couple years later. Okay.
But no one asked, why would a company bash a product that they selected? Why nobody had to LA? I'm such a bust. I'm so sorry. I could never get with a guard like J Kidd. I would have loved to just run and jump and dunk. They keep thinking stars are born. That's the dumbest shit in the world. No, put any NBA player and do the numbers. Give him 25 or 28 shots guaranteed a night. If the son bitch get hot, he'll make 15 shots, 18 shots. If the motherfucker off, he'll make 7.
I didn't want to, you know, like if he was with J Kidd, run, jump, and dunk. I didn't want to touch that, but we watched your career, Kwame. Okay, we watched it. All right, we did.
And get to the free throw line a couple times. People just believe me. Gilbert, he a straight snake ass nigga. Because I ain't never did nothing wrong to him, but probably sleep with the girl he liked that we gonna call C. Because every girl in DC, you know, because he had money, he thought he supposed to get. But see me, like I say, it's just something.
I'm mad at this is the video that started it all. I'm mad at him. We follow each other. I like his picture. I'm mad at him randomly defending him on a podcast that he's reacting to because of a woman, huh? Named C.
Something about a little country nigga that know mama's recipe. Ask some girls at DC about mama's recipe.
I asked the girl that I randomly knew here about you, and then you got in all your feeling. Why he asking the girl about me? Is she gay? He started doing that when we asked about you. When we asked about you to one of your girlfriends, and she told us that you had sex, or not sex, let me take that back. You got your shit sucked by a tranny, and a fight broke out, and the girl got arrested. And I guess the training was so good, you went back 3 times, right? And that's what we call the Wendy's 4 special, right? Your girl told us that. Your girl told us about, you know, how you paid for this, and then you start bringing up. We asked. You told us about the preacher or the pastor that lived next to you that was bringing trannies and all that stuff. You tried to start suing for defamation and all that because of that. So we can't ask everybody about you, because when they give us the truth and we come and tell you, hey man, what's up with this 4 special? You're gonna talk about this? You start talking about we gay now. What kind of man talk about another man to a woman? Shit.
I ain't got to open my wallet like.
Let me stop. I said I wasn't gonna do this.
You niggas were doing. I don't give a fuck about these niggas getting mad. They started that shit. Hey, why won't these niggas, if you got so much to say about a nigga, 13 years? I guess that's just a word. Then they trade me to a team, God rest the day with Kobe, with somebody who also was gonna shoot the ball every time. I had the ball when I was playing. I had the ball in my motherfucking hand when I got drafted. And
you mean in high school? Nigga, everybody had the ball in high school. Everybody had the ball in high school. Kwame. Most of the people, damn near everybody in the NBA had the ball in high school.
Don't want to talk about these same small ass motherfucking hands. I wish they'd release some of them films when them niggas walked in that goddamn gym. Release the hounds. I showed them niggas Manor House. I showed them niggas the free lunch program. I showed them niggas exactly what happened when a kid get an opportunity with no shoes on.
Are you talking about your draft class? You're talking about just what, Tyson Chandler, who was just a defensive player, who was skinny, who didn't score, and then you talk about Eddie Curry. Is those the only two people? You know, the NBA, like we know how everyone's career stood out, right? Right? We know how everyone played out. So we know, one, you didn't play against Paul Gasol. We know that. We know you didn't play against the rest of the NBA. When you played against those NBA players, what happened? Bust.
And then I ran into politics.
No, you ran into real NBA niggas and that liquor. You ran into that bottle. That's what you ran into.
And when I realized the game wasn't real, everybody know. We just go call him WW.
WW.
It's a bald head nigga named WW. He know everybody.
William West.
He get in every one, dude. I said, well, shit. The entire time. My childhood, call it whatever. It just.
I want to get back to me.
It's Wakanda, fake like it's Black Lives Matter to 1 minute, playing like they're activists 1 minute. Never heard me say nothing all these years. See it in me. Just don't have to prove none of that to me. I think I deserve the best girl in the room, the best looking one, and I'm gonna try for it. I think I deserve everything. I don't use no excuse. I don't use no crap. You giving them a roadmap. You had to get your ass in that gym. If you went to college, you had to do podcast talking about this some white man stopping. My mama ain't had it want. So they left mama in there. It was a give me gas money for taking you to work. Nigga ain't give no shortcuts, no freebies, no nothing. Nigga in your brother. Single mama shit. That's why men, it would make sense. Stephen Jackson. When you only raised with a fire you worried about, this guy a few minutes is better than being the #1 draft pick. See, I made history, and that's probably why you niggas jealous. I made history. There's never been a #1 draft pick, and there will never be another #1 draft pick out of high school. Get over it, man. Any boo-boo.
Well, there's another #1 draft pick. It's called LeBron James. I mean, there was.
Nigga.
But you're right. You made history. We get it.
Just get the fuck over it already. I was the #1.
Everyone's career was better than yours. Everyone made more money than you. What are we jealous of? Like, you use things to say we are jealous of, but you think we would trade our lives, our money in to be the #1 high school kid that ended up being a bust? You think that we are jealous of you going #1 and being the #1 bust? Is that what you try to portray? That we're jealous that you was a #1 high school pick with that history, also the history of being the #1 bust. Like that, how does that even make sense in your brain?
#1 draft pick. I did not get an opportunity to play. If you want to be honest, this is a fact.
So why would we want to be jealous at a nigga who didn't play?
I don't make excuses. That's why I never said anything. But I was given an opportunity to play in Charlotte. And I noticed I was getting a double-double in 2 quarters.
Double in 2 quarters.
If you want to be honest, this is a fact. I don't make excuses. That's why I never said anything. But I was given an opportunity to play in Charlotte. And I noticed I was getting a double in 2 quarters.
He noticed he was getting a double in 2 quarters. The stat sheet say, cap. You never had no double in 2 quarters. Unless you want to take a game from one game and then try to add another game right there. Unless you want to start mismatching games. Cap. You had 8 doubles for that season, the whole game, but you never had a double in 2 quarters ever in Charlotte. Another lie.
And I noticed all the news media, all the people, it just went away.
Yeah, no one talked about it, bitch, because it never happened. That's why the reason that they never wrote about it, because it wasn't a real thing. You make that shit up in your head. You might got 2 rebounds and thought you was balling.
Every time I wasn't injured and I wasn't heavy because see, I got a competitive.
And he wasn't injured or heavy. Nigga, that's your whole career.
Problem. Ask Mark Jackson. I dislocated my finger in the middle of the game. He popped it back in place. He was getting us up. Hell no, you ain't gonna get no motherfucking stuff. I'm straight. Nigga, put some tape around that motherfucker. Put me back in this goddamn game. See, I came from that era.
I'm pretty sure that's wrong. I'm pretty sure he's lying, but I don't know. I didn't check that. I didn't care.
But they some dogs. Grind these bitch ass niggas. Ain't freedom of movement. These niggas, 20 years, and these niggas, I won't say none of their name because I just dumb shit. This nigga, we in Charlotte, we fighting for the playoff, man. I'm getting a double a quarter with these same small hands.
Now it's a double a quarter. It was a double in 2 quarters. Now it's a double a quarter. So this nigga averaged 40 and 40. Boy, I didn't see him take another sip, right? So unless this hookah got liquor in it, he can't be getting worse. Oh my goodness.
We fighting for the playoff, man. I'm getting a double a quarter with these same small hands, double in 2 quarters. Y'all go fact check me.
Okay, I'm facting wrong. Never.
This nigga Steven Jackson, so effeminate. This nigga quit on the team because they traded oh boy, what's his name? I love this nigga. This is a hard jumping motherfucker. After about
Let's go. Come on.
it was 2009, I want to say. Gerald, what is his name? But nigga, at the end of the day, you got to do your job. Man, you guys are funny, man. They don't tell them nothing about how they got nothing. They being. Why are you talking like this? If Gilbert, J, you can look up minutes played. You can't compare it to no other than #1 draft pick. You say that 1 minute and then you say his hand small, this is that. And only that came from MJ. How come my hands were big enough when they lined them niggas up and they brought them in that gym? I'll give you a little secret. I was out of shape because my hand was broke. It was just healing up from breaking my hand on that little bit. I would have whipped their ass worse than that.
So did you break your hand before the draft or did you break your hand after the draft? When did you actually break your hand? You never really answer these questions. When did you break your hand? Because right now you're saying after. You're saying before the draft, you played them because you was out of shape and you broke your hand. But before, it was after the draft, you're celebrating, you and your man Magwell, y'all was in the club, you got in the fight, you broke your hand, jumping down on a nigga, right? Police came, you jumped over the fence with your broken hand, right? You're running, looking like a slave. Your other man jumped in the car, drove around the corner, and then you in the backyard of a party, and this sweet black woman came up to you and said, "Aren't you Kwame Brown? Can you sign something for me?" And then you pulled out a marker and signed her autograph with your broken heart. You don't remember that? And then because of your broken arm, you couldn't train, and then you came into training camp out of shape. Come on, man. Remember, you can't keep just making up stories. Please start writing this shit down so you can remember the lie.
Not one time that I wasn't injured, I didn't produce. Go look up the playoffs for the Phoenix Suns. They put a rape case on me, all kind of shit.
Oh, they put a rape case on you, huh? What? Huh? Y'all didn't see? Y'all thought people made that up. He said it right here.
I didn't produce. Go look up the playoffs for the Phoenix Suns. They put a rape case on me, all kind of shit. Motherfucker coming with the cameras. And I'm like, what? What? Nigga, how dare you? This boy. I'm like, what?
What?
Still drop.
What? That bitch, what? What? She did what? Not her. What? I paid her good. What? You see how he just slid that in? He slid punching through the window in there. He slid. Why you think this video is not on his page no more?
18-10. But I'm like, what? Still drop 18-10.
Bitch, you dropped 14-3 that game. The day that case came out, you did 14-3. I never seen someone inflate their numbers so bad. If you'd have said 20-5, I would have been like, 14-3, nigga, that's way different than 18-10.
On the team with the late great Kobe, that you know he gonna shoot 35 times. I'm getting it out the mud. I'm getting it off the rim. I'm laying them niggas ass down. Nigga, go look at it.
I'm laying his ass down. Right, this nigga's a double machine. Ain't get a double and not one story he told.
In the pick and roll. Go look at tape with Larry Hughes. I don't know what happened to him. I set a screen on Larry Hughes in the big three. The nigga couldn't play no more during the season. One-on-one, I got this. Shaq couldn't even back me down. Go ask LeVar Prophet. I'm watching Tim Duncan play. And I'm like, man, he must have went down. I'm on his ass. Pick and roll with Steve and Nash in the fucking head. Hey, Doug, Kwame Brown don't want to go to the free throw line. Nigga, I'm on all these drugs. Nigga, they blood testing me because I'm taking so many goddamn innocent because I can't lift my shoulder and my ankle so goddamn big. They blood. Hey, Doug, Kwame Brown don't want to go to surgery in the same summer. Them little clips they showing you, well, Kwame Brown can't dunk. Kwame Brown don't want to go to the free throw line. Nigga, I'm on all these drugs. Nigga, they blood testing me because I'm taking so many goddamn innocent because I can't lift my shoulder and my ankle so goddamn big.
It's so hard to know what years he talks about because he just blends his whole life together. But it sounds about right because we know he's on that shit today. Oh man, so basically he sucked because he was on drugs. Okay, I don't know what to make of this. Okay, he sucked because he was on so much drugs because his ankles were swollen, his hips. He had his mama's body. So I think that's what he's saying. I think that's the excuse on why he's a bust because he had his mama's body and he had swollen ankles like old black lady and hips was bad and then the shoulder was bad. I don't know. I have no idea at this point of what be going through on his mouth.
So that's the shit they don't tell you. Thank God for the Detroit Pistons and Arnie Cantor. Arnie Cantor took a look at my ankle, took a look. He like, what the fuck? He started working on my hips, working on my motion.
Oh, he saw your ankle, was like, woo, this fine bitch right here. Let me work on his hips. Yeah, you move. You move like a, yeah. Is that what that was?
He actually worked with guys. Most of these teams, I don't give a fuck about. Get the hell. I know when I first got out, my hip hurting, knee hurt. I'm younger than a motherfucker, retired. Nigga, I had a body of a 60-year-old. Thank the Lord they changed the whole insurance thing because nigga, the insurance, it's hard to get insurance. And you got to pay on your own. And who they being judged by? From daddy now. You get a paycheck from daddy. And what I'll forever be proud of, free lunch for class bus.
Come on.
See, I don't need a fair shake. And say, it'd be slime balls. And I think that's why they talk about that. Right, he an old ass nigga, all he want to fight. I'm good. I'm available, Jack. Used to go to this nigga club, cream and just listening to Gilbert Arenas talking. I'm like, nigga, you took food.
This is another one. Here it is.
Just
here is one of the other ones that triggered me.
Listening to Gilbert Arenas talking. I'm like, nigga, you took food from my daughters, nigga. I went to that nigga. I wanted to kill that nigga. I ain't gonna lie. This nigga, you took.
Listen to this right here.
And just listening to Gilbert Arenas talking. I'm like, nigga, you took food from my daughters, nigga. I went to that nigga. I wanted to kill that nigga. I ain't gonna lie. This nigga, you took food from my daughter, nigga. When I was gonna leave my house and bond this nigga out of jail.
I took food out of his mouth. He got so mad he wanted to come to my house and kill me.
I ain't never did a nigga wrong. Me, Lamar, Kobe, all us took in, but these niggas that they put in position now.
All right, that's video one. So what we got from it is, one, he fabricated damn near everything that came out of his mouth. His claims are, I went to coach and had him bench. That was claim one. Claim two, I took food out of his baby's mouth. I took food out of his baby's mouth and he wanted to kill me for that. Okay? Because I had him benched in the playoffs. That is his claim. All right. Now, video two will be we're gonna go, since I'm not gonna change it on how this looks right here. I think video two will be, hold on, let me go. Let me go here, hold on. So video two, I have Eddie Jordan 4 years ago. See, Kwame, there's a problem that I don't think you understand, Kwame Brown. I don't think you know these videos. Okay. See, I had them on the other thing, but since I can't do it that way, I'm gonna go, since I already have it this way. Oh, no, hold on. Let me just go to this Kwame Brown and then let me just change it to, yeah, okay. Yeah, I can do it like that. Eddie Jordan. Let's go Eddie Jordan. So we're going to go Eddie Jordan 4 years ago.
Bam, look, LeBron, obviously. But
right.
That's
now, let me see. Hold on. There we go. Let's go. So Kwame Brown, this is 4 years ago. See, so this is before you were famous. So these conversations didn't have nothing to do with you, okay? Oh, I don't need to sue Kwame Brown when he responds, because he has to respond to these facts. These are his facts. This has nothing to do with me. These are the words that are coming out of these people's mouths. Remember that. These are the receipts. I don't need to bash him because it's all in the receipts in real time. You can't erase print.
That's how it goes. That's the biggest of the agents. Those guys, LeBron's agent, see, you know, and
well,
look,
he's a separate case though. I mean, it's,
no, he's a separate case. But
yeah,
look, he can get Lakers. We can get Anthony Davis. Come here. It's if you want to. That's no
right. So what was your relationship with Gilbert? Because that was a relationship that you didn't really understand. Really, sometimes looking at it, you know, and I know Gilbert was a very complex individual. You know what I'm saying? He was very complex. Yeah. But you know, and it seems like sometimes, you know, there was
Hey, Marty 870, brother, you were about to get reality. You were about to get reality. You hold that thought, ruining the Wizards locker room. I need you to stand 10 toes down, okay? I need you to hold it, because we're going to get there. We're going to get there, nigga. We're going to get there.
There's a little bit of the butting of heads and things like that, just because of the fact that, you know, he put so much on him, but then he used to do things just differently. Like he would like to come in, Gilbert was interesting because he didn't want anybody to know that he worked hard. It was the weirdest thing. So he would come in like at 3 o'clock in the morning when nobody
3 o'clock in the morning,
and like work out hard, stuff like that. And then he come in practice and act like he don't want to practice. I was like, you know, but what was your relationship like?
It was, you know what, Eton, Gilbert was an assassin on the court. You know that. He wanted to tear your throat.
Like when he was at his peak, I always tell people he was like top, if not the top tier, top 5, he was right below that.
He was top tier. He averaged 30 points a game.
Yeah, you remember when he went and was like went off on Kobe, like scored like
60, 63, and then
like
the next night he gets 50 something in Phoenix that we won in Phoenix the next night.
Couldn't hold nobody.
Just for the record, because I guess I fast forwarded from the last video, when Kwame talked about point guards, when Kwame talked about his career, this is how hateful I realized he was during the research. He needed to be with a real point guard that passed him the ball. So I went to our games. I went to all of his great games because he kept saying Brevin Knight. And I realized when I got hurt, Brevin Knight wasn't playing. It was Steve Blake. Kwame was playing so bad, he got benched during the time where I wasn't even there. So I looked at all our games. With me, Kwame Brown's games: 16-9, 15-10, 17-6, 21-6, 18-10, 15-13, 17-8, 15-10, 22-7, 20-10, 30-19, 18-15, 27-11. His best games of his career was under me. But he gives credit to everyone else. His best year as a basketball player, I'm on the team. But he gives credit to everybody else. Yeah, Steve Blake was the backup. He started. And then when we came back, Brevin Knight came in, did some things. When Kwame had 17 points with Brevin Knight, Kwame was off the bench. Then he had a 14-13 game with Brevin Knight. Then he had an 18-14. Brevin Knight didn't play. It was Steve Blake.
Nobody could hold him.
Nobody could hold him.
Right.
And so as long, and I always say this, as long as a player is passionate and gives 100% on the floor, he's going to live his own life off the floor the way he is. But as long as if your teammates respect you, that's fine. Okay, how weird or crazy you are,
Right.
So my relationship with Gilbert was definitely not even off the floor so much because he had his own life. We all have our own lives off the floor.
Right.
But look, if you got to respect, you have to get respect from your teammates, and your teammates are pretty solid guys.
Right.
You, Antoine, Karan,
Everybody.
they're solid guys. Michael Ruffin, good solid players. Jared and Brennan were different, but
a little different.
a little different. But they used to always say the big three, and they were the little two.
The little two,
The little two.
Right.
They always said that. But I see. Well, anyway,
Yeah.
but what I like too, that year I thought our coaching staff thought Jared at the 2 guard. When we lost Larry, I said let's move Jared to the 2.
Oh yeah.
And because Ernie thought, well, Karan should be a 2. I said no, Karan is a natural small forward.
Yeah.
Jared can do a lot of things at 2. He knows the offense.
Right.
He rebounds. Helps our rebounding. He can defend anybody on the floor on the perimeter. Except for what's my man that scored 62.
Oh, Tracy McGrady.
Jason McGrady.
I remember that game. I knew you were talking about it.
He scored 62, and then Jared goes and hugs him after the game.
Yeah, that was
Jared. No,
that was hard.
no hug.
Oh my God.
But apparently they were friends, I guess.
Yeah.
But so Gilbert and I, our relationship was, we were okay. I just, if you go ahead and do your thing.
Right.
I know Gilbert said one time, or even on his podcast, I think I heard that he said, "Yeah, I know Coach's offense better than he does." So, okay, Gilbert.
But Gilbert, he had a basketball mind. But Gilbert was interesting because he, and I interviewed him here, and we had a great discussion on everything.
Oh, he's good.
Gilbert was great. Gilbert was a lot more intelligent than he wanted people to know. He was like, I always said Gilbert was like the kid in school that would, hide his books like in a pizza box because he didn't want to let anybody know that he was studying.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like
that's good. That's a good one.
That's how I started with Gilbert. But it was great playing with him. And it was just interesting because so much happened back then. But still, where we are now in the NBA and seeing, and I want to ask you about this because I'm looking at the roster of coaches, and we have a lot of assistant owns, Jamal Mosley.
How these new GMs are. It could go 2 years ago or fit with the team. Mm-hmm. So they go to the star players. They say, well, we don't know Eton Thomas. But again, I don't like 30 dribbles to get a shot.
The response to that was always that.
No, because
to do with it. He just wanted you to be with Brendan. Okay.
Remember, Brendan had a good stretch there. I'm gonna get to that story. Okay. Brendan had a good stretch during one season.
All right.
And let me go back to the initial part of that.
Okay.
Ernie suggested that I come down and meet with Brendan in the offseason.
that part up.
Brendan was never the starter at one point.
Now, now this is what we have here. There was claims made about me in the locker room. Now, the problem with the statement is you have two people saying and agreeing to my behavior in the locker room. The problem is one person shouldn't be talking about my behavior in the locker room, because when he was on the team, that wasn't a thing yet. So when you hear Eton talk about me in a locker room, think about the names he's saying. He's gonna say Andre Blige, he's gonna say JaVale McGee, he's gonna say Nick Young. Kwame Brown wasn't there yet. I mean, he wasn't on the team then. So, you know what I mean? So me acting like a kid, you have to understand the timing. And I'm gonna point it all out.
I mean, he was starting for most of the time. I mean, there was one period of time where we competed, and I guess, you know, we was kind of both in and out of the. This was the season before my heart surgery. So that season, you know, it was in and out. Sometimes I started, sometimes he started, and that's pretty much what you told me would probably happen. It was going to split time anyway.
That's right.
That's what you told me. So you was like, no, you know, whoever's playing better is going to be the one playing.
So let me go back to the initial part of that.
Okay.
Ernie suggested that I come down and meet with Brendan in the off season. So I didn't want
that was an Ernie suggestion.
Oh, absolutely.
He didn't want you to meet with me though, huh?
No, because
to do with it. He just wanted you to meet with Brendan. Okay.
Remember, Brendan had a good stretch there. I'm gonna get to that story. Okay. Brendan had a good stretch during one season.
All right.
And he had a great game and we won. And the media says, well, you know, Brendan's having a great stretch. What did you do?
Right.
And I said, well, it wasn't me. Everybody has a hand in helping Brendan upstairs, our assistant coaches. I said, it takes a village.
You know what? We don't need this video. But we know you heard our relationship. Now, here is one more person. So we can talk about the relationship. So we can hear, see, this is before Kwame. See, this is Eton before Kwame Brown. So here we go. We got one more interview. So we can get a sense of who I was before Kwame Brown spat.
And so fast forward a little bit to the Wizards, because on the Wizards, y'all both were already established. You know, y'all both were already, you know, you could say two alpha males. You could say, and that's in this comparison with LeBron and AD, you know, people were kind of looking for reasons for it not to work. And LeBron came out recently and said, well, we're not jealous of each other. And he said, you know, we're happy for each other and we're not counting each other's stats and counting each other's touches. And I didn't really see that with y'all at all. You know, we were teammates in DC. It seemed like y'all just kind of vibed off of each other on the court and had that connection on the court. Is that true?
That's really true. You know, I really wanted him. I mean, I looked at him as a little brother. So I really wanted him to be successful because I knew where he came from. And it goes back to our relationship at Golden State. And I heard a story about Bron and AD when AD was talking about traveling to one of Bron's camps, you know, from Chicago, and just that interaction. Mm-hmm. So now, you know, now AD has this respect for Bron, and Bron obviously has brought a young kid in from Chicago. Now he's built that respect. So years later, you know, they have a foundation of respect. You know, a guy traveling in, you know, competing at a camp, and then, you know, now, you know, today being one of the best players to play. So they have a foundation. And with me and Gilbert, it was a foundation. We had established a relationship. You know, I was there before he got his big bag. You know what I'm saying? I was there when I was giving him bags of clothes to, you know, to make sure he was straight.
Right. So
once we got to DC, it's like I really want you to go. And then it takes, you know, I think having a solid foundation is really where where it's at. However you build that, whether it's done in the summertime when you get drafted, however you build that foundation, you know, helps you later on.
So now think about how I came into the NBA. This was my veteran right here, Larry Hughes. I babysit his kids, right? His best friend, Jason Tatum's father, Big J, I babysitted them. This is who I followed. If he told me shut the fuck up, I shut the fuck up. He told me pass the ball around, I passed the ball around. They replaced him with me my first year there, which messed his money up. And he had to go elsewhere. He didn't blame me. he actually gave me all his clothes, saying, hey, when I leave, you can. So he gave me all his clothes. And when I was a free agent the following year, when he was in Washington, he's the one who convinced me to come to Washington. Because my whole thing was, nah, man, I'm not coming over here so we can, bump heads and, and he's like, no, I'm going to be the 2. You come over and be the 1. We're going to rock this thing. You owe me money. Come get it right. Because we played well together when we was in DC. I mean, in Golden State. So he convinced me to come back.
Oh, when you get into, the talk of the NBA and how all.
So you can see what type of guy I had to listen to understand if he never took nothing personal, right? If he took nothing personal and he didn't hold grudges and we both shine in mentality, then you already know I didn't have a jealous bone in my body.
The noise kind of creeps in.
So what's your interpretation of why it doesn't work so many times? I mean, we don't have to go through case by case, but there's been times to run, I mean, that.
The outside noise, whether it's from, again, like we talk about, just everything is there's a camera everywhere, so everything is dissected down to the T now. So, they're really expressing better than time. Locker room an issue, is a lifetime. So I think that's a lot of times that's what happens is guys, they don't address whatever the issue was. And I could tell GA, like, look, man, hey, you got to pass the ball. Like, look, Brendan was open, man, just throw the ball up. And he would be like, okay, he wouldn't take that as a negative slight on him not being able to do his job.
Right.
And I think it's really about the relationship and the personalities.
Does one have to play Batman and one have to play Robin, or can you have 2 Batmans?
I think
so. You're hearing these 2. If I'm getting out of line, as a human being, Larry Hughes is the one that checks me. All right, remember that.
You can have 2 Batmans, man. I think if we all are in go mode, like, and we're all saying let's get it, like, people can place a label on whichever player, like the outside world. That's, again, I'm talking about the noise.
Right.
You can't call AD and Bron. You can't say there's a Batman and there's a Robin because it just doesn't apply. But they're 2 of the stars on the team, but that just won't apply because the greatness that they have. I mean, you just can't put that sort of label on those guys. And it looks like to me that they're not accepting, that label. They're going out with what their team goals are. And I think that's what's making them rock and roll.
But in your situation, at least to me, being a teammate, it seemed as if Gilbert still deferred to you. And I remember when we played the Bulls in the playoffs, and in 2005, I believe it was 2005, and that was a good team. That was a good young team. They had a young Tyson Chandler and Eddie Curry. That was when they were real young. Luol Deng, Kirk Heinrich. They had a good team. And I remember we went down there, and we got smacked 2 games, 2 games straight in Chicago, and it was ugly. You know what I mean? And so in the locker room, I remember Gilbert panicking. And I remember on the plane, Gilbert panicking. And you had this like calming effect on him. You're like, no, we're going to be all right. Make a few adjustments. Everything be all right. And he was like, oh, okay, all right, cool. You know what I mean? And it was just, I saw him literally go from panicking to being relaxed. And I never see anybody have that effect on Gilbert. I played with him for many years. Like how was that connection with y'all that you had that calming effect where he would defer to you in a situation like that?
Man, it's the foundation that we built. Like, it's the foundation that we built. Like, I would make sure that he ate. Like, because he was a guy, again, coming in on not guaranteed. So sometimes he would, not eat so he could preserve his per diem, on the road.
Oh.
And in order to be as great as you need to be, you need to eat. Like, you need to have.
So I'm replacing him. He's still making sure I'm eating so I can play very well in my first year.
Energy. So for me, like, he knows that, like, I'm going to make sure that he's good. So if we're talking about basketball terms and I say something, he automatically relates that to L not going to tell me something that just is going to hurt me or is not going to be for everybody. And that's the relationship that we have, because he knows that if he needed, a coat on his back, or he needed a meal, like he needed somewhere to stay, like he knew that I was the place to go.
Right.
So if you put that in the basketball sense, like, I'm not going to steer him in the wrong direction.
It was interesting. I remember that first game we came back from Chicago, and I remember I was having a good game in that first half, that first game back. And he wanted to keep going at Kirk Heinrich. And Kirk Heinrich was doing a little, you know what I mean? So he wanted to keep going. And you was like, hey, ET has a hot hand. Let's go on back to him. And you said it so calmly. And he was like, okay, all right, cool. And but it was like, Gilbert didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? It was just something completely different. And
you see how this conversation sounds a lot different than his recent conversation with Kwame. The conversation right here about the playoffs and about how obedient I was in the locker room sounds very different today. So you're saying when Larry Hughes was on this team with us, I obeyed Larry Hughes to the point if he told me to pass the ball to you, I said okay. If I was acting away in the locker room, obviously he's not gonna be playing that shit. Okay. All right. So we know who I was.
It was amazing seeing that connection that y'all had. And it's interesting. I was interviewing Coach Jordan, interviewed our old coach.
So we know who I was when Larry Hughes was on this team. All right. Okay. Right. Okay. So we know who Gilbert Arenas was when Larry Hughes was on the team. Okay. Now, let's start getting updated to today. Where is Eton with the reporters? Hold on. Kwame versus how it started. Eton. So I got to change. Hold on. Let me see. So he had a recent interview with a bunch of reporters. And there's going to be stuff that stands out here that's going to tie it all together. Hold on, Eton's. The rematch. Come on, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? The rematch. Okay, you just did this interview, came out. Boom.
With nerves of that. So
there we go. So this was 1 month ago. Now, I'll point out the things that needs to be highlighted here because me listening to some of the stuff, it made me go back in time to check out some articles, which y'all are gonna read.
So this is a perfect person. But I was coming out. There's a group of young cats there from DeMatha because they all had on all the DeMatha gear, and so they were talking to me about it in detail. And they were pulling up videos saying, "Hey, your name's coming up here and there with it." I was like, "What do you mean my name's coming up?" Because I haven't been following everything, but I've noticed that they've been going back and forth. And so they're like, "Yeah, man, look, they're going back and they're showing me this video and showing me that video." So all these young people are always watching, and that's the part where, as athletes, it's a little bit tough because how much influence we have over young people and how much they look up to us and emulate us.
Uh-huh.
And so these young kings were talking about like, they're going back and forth. Kwame might mess around and punch him in the face like you punched Brendan in the face. I was like, whoa, where did that come from? You know what I mean?
Y'all need to hold that thought, how you punched Brendan in the face. When we start talking about behavior in the locker room, then we're going to talk about behavior in a locker room. So we want to hold that thought for another video. Punching people in the face in the locker room. Okay.
I was like, why'd you say all that? He was like, well, you know what I mean? He's saying different stuff. Kwame looked like he's getting mad. He might pull up on him. And like, they're talking back and forth. And they're like, so I'm talking to them. It's been about 15 minutes going by. And so I seem to have pinpointed where the beef kind of started. And that's where I wanted to bring you all on because we were all there. So we're going back a little bit. So
pinpointed where the beef started.
I'll see if y'all even remember all of this. So we're going back to The playoffs against the Bulls, 2005. That's what we're going back to. Y'all remember that playoff series?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's where we're going back to. And so it was
the playoff series. So that was actually one of the times they did win.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. And so we're in the playoffs against the Bulls. So we go down the first game. Now the Bulls had a great team. You know, they had Tyson Chandler. You had Ben Gordon, Kirk Heinrich, had old Fallon, Nocioni. But they had a good team. They were a good team. So we go down there and we lose our first 2 games in Chicago. We got smacked. Like we didn't shoot well. We didn't play center. So Coach Eddie Jordan made an adjustment to the lineup, like any coach would make adjustments during the playoffs.
Eddie Jordan made an adjustment to the lineup. Okay.
So he brought me in, and
he brought him in. Okay.
He said, "Listen, I don't like the way the offense is flowing with Brendan.
Don't like the way the offense is flowing with Brendan.
And I want you to run the offense the way it's supposed to be run." He had the Princeton offense. That was like that was his thing, and he liked that flow. And if anybody doesn't really remember the Princeton offense, it was a free flowing offense. He wanted me to get the ball at the top of the key, dribble handoff, really hard dribble handoff, either going right or going left. And as I would come across with the dribble handoff, I would dive hard to the basket. That's what he wanted to do. So that would cause the defense to have to make a decision. Either they would have to show out on the shooter, or they would follow me to the basket. Now, making that adjustment, we had shooters. We had Juan Dixon coming off shooting. We had Antoine Jameson. We had Larry Hughes. We had guys that can shoot. We had Gilbert, who would dribble hand off into, and he would come out and shoot. So they went with them, right? I rolled hard to the basket, wide open. I got like 5 dunks in the first quarter. You know what I mean? So we ended up winning the game. I had a great game. I had like 20-something points. So
that is key. Coach decided to make an adjustment to the lineup because he wanted 4 guards and a guy that rolled. He ended up having a great game.
Well, after the game, I had like a circle of media all around me.
He had a circle of media around him after the great game he had. Okay.
Including y'all.
And we won. Okay.
All there. A circle of media all around me. And I'm, talking. I'm saying, yeah, you have to stay ready and giving all y'all the one-liners. We might have been down, but we weren't out, and we had to stick to it. This all that good stuff, right? So I finished my interview, and I look over, because my locker was right across from Kwame and Gilbert's, and I see the media. I see y'all going back and forth between Kwame and Gilbert, and then you go like here, and then the group went over here, boom, and over here. I'm like, what's going on over there? And I see them mad, and I can't really hear what they're saying, but I see them looking mad and everything like that, right? So I'm like, oh, goodness gracious, what is this? So after a while, I hear about what was happening. And if y'all remember, I actually, came to y'all individually and be like, don't write what they got going on. This is, we won the game. We're in the playoffs. And y'all all were like, listen, Tom, honestly, we have a job to do. They're talking to us. What do you want us to do? Not write about it? If I don't write about it, the next person's going to write about it. They're talking to all of us.
So let's paint this picture here. We have a game. We're down 0-2. We come back to DC. Coach makes a lineup change, plays Eton. Eton balls out. We get in the locker room. Everyone's celebrating. Everyone's having fun. Yeah, right? We won by fucking 19. Beat the shit out of them, right? First win in the Wizards playoff in like 20 years. He's happy. We happy. One person in the locker room ain't happy. The whore down there ain't happy. We're winning. We won. Yeah, he only played 4 minutes. Who gives a fuck? We won the game.
And I'm like, I know, but goodness gracious, you know what I mean? Like, so it just went downhill from there. Now
it went downhill. So Kwame Brown wasn't happy after game 3 because he didn't play is what we thought. Let's fast forward. Kwame Brown was substituted out for Eton Thomas. Eton had 20 points. Eton had all the people over there, and Kwame Brown sitting here mad at Eton Thomas for balling out. He thought those were his points that this man got. But we find that out later.
Y'all remember all of this? Am I telling y'all? Michael, you remember all of this?
I remember that game. I remember that night. I remember your performance. I remember someone described you as poetry in motion that night.
Okay.
Poetry in motion. They wrote poetry in motion.
And so I definitely remember Kwame being frustrated and then not showing up to practice the next day and then being suspended and just basically that was the end of his career in DC. So now I remember all of that. I remember that whole series, like, because there was so much going on and so much at stake because nobody had been on that stage before, really. Like all the talent that you have on that roster, nobody had been to the playoffs. Nobody had that experience. So it was like new. It was new for the city. There was so much excitement, and I think everybody felt a desire to be the man or be in that moment and help DC to get excited about basketball, because everybody knows that DC's, they love the Commanders, but it really is a basketball town. And that just felt like a moment for the city. And I think everybody wanted to show out. And I know that Kwame probably felt the pressure more than anybody because he was a free agent that year. And he needed to have a big playoff performance to get paid that summer because he didn't have a great season. So
he did not have a great season. So he needed the playoffs to try to make up for it. He did not have a great season. When I say he didn't have a great season, he turned down money that summer, the summer before. After he averaged 10 and 7, they offered him money. He turns it down, bet on himself. Unfortunately, he breaks his foot. While he broke his foot, he punched his arm through a window. So he's recovering from the foot shit. He got this arm. He comes midway through this season. He plays a total of 41 games. He only started 12 to 14. He was up and down this whole season. Out of shape, wasn't part of the team like that. He was trying to find his way. So he did not have a great outing this season. Hopefully during the playoffs, he can make it up. He had about 13 game 1. He had 0 game 2. So watching his friend have 20 of his points probably triggered him.
I think guys were feeling pressure. Larry was a free agent at that point too. So there were a lot of people's careers that were at stake. And so I know the pressure was higher than it had ever been, just from the expectation from outside and then from inside to perform.
Yeah. John, what do you remember from that pretty much?
Yeah, because you guys, I mean, that series turned, and I never knew, because I thought that was a good locker room, but as Michael
say that again. Wait, now this is where Kwame Brown lies about when he was on the team, who we were.
Guys, I never knew, because I thought that was a good locker room.
I thought that was from the reporters there. I thought that was a good locker room. See, when Kwame Brown was on this team, it was only my second year. I didn't have no power yet. I wasn't who Eton talks about in the future yet. With the Nick Young and that, by the time Nick Young them got there, 3-time All-Star, 3-time All-NBA. Nigga, I'm on the cover of a video game. You can't tell me shit, right? You can't tell me nothing. That was not who I was when Kwame Brown was on the team, because Larry Hughes was on the team. You just heard them talk about me when Larry was there. Larry and Kwame left the same time. Now, I asked teammates. I asked Jerry Jeffrey, our 2004-05 team, this was Kwame's last year. How was that team to you? Was that a toxic team? Was I a bad teammate that year? Right? He wrote, that team was awesome. If we kept that team together, we would have played in the Eastern Conference Finals at least once. Not toxic at all. We had small things like all teams. We were young. You were always a good teammate to me. When Larry and I left, then you went off the rails, laugh out loud. When Larry and him left, that's when I went off the rails, because I had no control in it. There was no Larry Hughes to talk me off the ledge. Okay, that's one teammate. Prof. 2005 team was fun as hell. It was like a college team. I said, was I a bad teammate or evil teammate to anyone? I never saw you as a bad teammate. Crazy, yes. Laugh aloud, bad, no. This reporter, right? When I said me and Kwame, I said I never had a problem with Kwame. Me and Kwame never beefed besides this point in the playoffs of this game 3. The reason that I was mad in game 3, we're celebrating. He's over here complaining about his minutes. So he's over here. This was the argument that he started with the reporter. That I don't know what they asked him. Probably asked him, man, you only played 4 minutes. How was it? I don't know what they asked this man, but he said something around the lines of he didn't get the ball much. And he's like, and they say, yeah, Kwame said he didn't get the ball much. And, we celebrate like, wait, what? What do you mean Kwame didn't get the ball much? So I grabbed the sheet and said, this nigga didn't even play. You know what I mean? He only played 4 minutes. What do you mean he didn't get the ball? Like, he didn't play 4 minutes. Like, watch out. Then they go back to him and then he says, well, they don't be passing me the ball. And, how can I put up numbers and get time if they're not passing me the ball? They came back to me with that bullshit. And I said, every time we pass that nigga the ball, he don't do shit with it. Like, goddamn, we won the game. Shut the fuck up over there. That was the conversation. That was the only thing me and Kwame ever had an issue with. That little conversation. We won the game. He's mad and talking about his playing time and not getting the ball in the game he didn't even play in.
But as Michael said, guys were playing for dollars and cents. And that always has an impact on behavior. But it was just kind of weird because, like, after that, Kwame never played again in that series, did he? If I'm not mistaken.
I don't think so.
He missed his skip practice.
Yeah, and because I remember talking to Grunfeld, and Ernie was always a little bit obtuse and never really too direct about what was going on. But he's like, yeah, he's no longer, Kwame's not going to be a part of this anymore. And I was wondering, because even going back and forth between those guys, and I do remember that in that cramped locker room, I didn't sense with that team. It seemed like a good bunch. You guys seem like a good bunch. And now to see where those guys are now, and because ironically, when I did go to the Inquirer, Kwame was there.
It seemed like a good bunch. like these people are there in real time.
Kwame was playing for the 76ers, and he was a much more mature Kwame Brown.
Mm-hmm. Much more mature.
Kwame entered that situation in Washington. It was a horrible situation for him to be, this kid out of high school who everybody. I mean, that was the year I think the high schools all went real high, very high in the draft that year, and to see all the pressure playing alongside, with Jordan being.
First of all, it's fun.
It was when he didn't come to the next practice, and it was all to do with being the #1 pick. Like, what are you talking about? But
and you're going to react to those triggers. That's the part that's not predictable. He basically parroted everything you said at the time that which you saw. He said, "Hey, I played all those guys. I played all of them."
And the messed up part about it is not. I'll go to you right quick, Mike Wise. But the messed up part about it is he was playing through injuries, and I remember. Them not allowing him to heal. I remember the trainer. Like, what are you talking about? But he's playing. Eric Waters just kept putting him out there. You know what I mean?
I'm skipping because I'm going to the time slots that's important.
And there was a lot of frustrating things that I saw while I was there, and it was just that pressure of everything was his fault, no matter if it even had anything to do with.
This an ugly ass nigga, man. This is before I got there. God damn. This is Mama Cookie. This is what was taking women's girls. All right. You can tell that to everybody now. Okay. Huh? This looked like a face that accept 4 for 4.
With him.
Got it.
Right.
But that was the one time that I had an argument with Eddie Jordan. Because I was defending Kwame because, first of all, that was my man, but I was just like, number one, we need Kwame. You know what I mean?
Now, this threw me for a loop because when Kwame, when the shit happened with Kwame and he didn't show up to practice, he went out of his way to defend him. Like, he took Kwame minutes. So I don't know if he's getting all this, you know, this love, and he's seeing his partner mad, and he's trying to figure out, you know, how to, you know, do the situation. I don't know. I couldn't put my finger on it, but when he's talking, it was weird that he's the one who benefited for Kwame being benched, but he's defending Kwame and wanting Kwame to play. It was a weird thing.
But it was when he didn't come to the next practice. And it was a boiling over point of frustration. And I didn't understand why he was as mad as he was, but there was so much frustration for the past, you know what I mean, his entire time. He had so many different
Didn't understand why he was so frustrated. Good point.
reasons and so many times where it could have boiled over. And I was always just amazed at how he kept it togetger.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I really was, because I mean, and he's gone over some of the details of the things that he's had to go through. And it was just for a 17, 18-year-old kid to have to deal with what he had to deal
19, 20.
with.
First of all, it's funny. I miss the days. I'm nostalgic for the days when players went to reporters to tell their mentors, so, you know, we were the guys. But aside from the media part of it, I think that, yeah, you know, I got to DC a year before that. But I'd done a lot of, you know, I was covering the NBA at the New York Times, and I remember just, you know, hearing these stories about Doug Collins and Michael Jordan, just, you know, the whole idea. If they night that it may, I think that, you know, Kwame probably just wanted not respect as a player, but just respect as a young man. And I don't know if he got that. And I think that if I don't cycle you and you guys were in a incredible moment in DC when, you know, whatever you think about that. Kwame should have been part of that. I mean, he earned that. Well, this was about the Wizards. This was about and here we are at this game, and this incredible moment in DC when, you know, whatever you think about the Michael Jordan years, everybody says they were about Michael. Mm-hmm. Well, this was about the Wizards. This was about DC basketball, and all of a sudden they're on. You know, Gilbert hits the shot. They win this series. Kwame should have been part of that. Mm-hmm. Kwame should have been part of that. I mean, he earned that, and that he couldn't was, you know, sad in itself. But
have y'all noticed the way they're talking? They were out of the loop on what really happened with Kwame. No one knew. These reporters did not really know what happened there.
You know, and the fact that all these years later, that would, you know, that would be the start of a beef that went back years. I mean, I can't think of anybody I can't stand from 25 years ago. Well, maybe Tony Kornheiser. That's it.
Where that come from?
No, I'm kidding.
But you know, go ahead.
So I can tell you the whole backstory and why I think this beef is still going on.
Now, this is very important. This is very important because this gives us a timeline of something Kwame uses today.
I really took off then and why he didn't show up to practice the next day, because I had the fortune of going out to LA after he got traded to the Lakers.
Going out to LA. Now, I want you to listen to what he said. Going out to LA to talk to Kwame, meaning in real time, when he was in DC in the playoffs, there was something being said different. When he got to LA and he visited him in LA, this is the conversation he gave them.
I spent some time with him, right. And it was a very revealing conversation. And he told me at that point that the reason why he didn't go to practice the next day is because he was afraid of what he was going to do to Gilbert if he saw him. Like he said that he was going to, for be frank, he said he was going to slap the shit out of him.
I remember you wrote that.
He wrote this article that he was going to slap the shit out of Gilbert. That he said he remembers that. So this is October 1st. He's on the Lakers. This is when he said he was going to slap the shit out of me. And that was the reason he didn't go to practice.
Yeah, he said I was going to slap the shit out of him. And I didn't want to do that because it was best that I stay away. Otherwise, I was going to hurt somebody. And I guess if you don't want to hurt the franchise at the moment, you know, and so he didn't want to be that guy. But
Kwame was Javaris Crittenton before Javaris.
Well, Kwame was upset because he was a free agent, right? And during that season, were you represented by Arn?
Yeah.
So at the time, Arn was his agent, and he was thinking about firing Arn.
Okay.
That was something that he was thinking about going to a
Remember
different.
I said, Kwame asked me for, like, people heard he was trying to fire Arm. He's saying it. He was going to fire Arm, tell him, during that season.
Agent. And so Dan Fagan was a big, powerful agent at the time. He's the late Dan Fagan. And so he represented Gilbert Arenas. And so during that time that he was considering hiring another agent, he had conversations with Fagan, and ultimately he decided to stay with Arn Tellem.
Okay.
And in his mind, that's when the whole thing with him and Gilbert started, because he believed that Fagan had basically convinced Gilbert to just shut him out for the rest of the year. Don't pass him the ball. Don't give him any opportunities. Mess up his chance to make money because he's not going to make money for me. That's what he thought Fagan had told him to do.
That sounds like the conversation that Kwame Brown sits on. That he had a conversation with my agent. He decides to go back to his agent. My agent got so mad that he tells me to not pass him the ball no more. And that's why he didn't play well. That is the story that he continues to tell himself and everybody, like somehow my agent tells me to bench him, and then the coach benches him in the middle of a playoff series. And him not going my agent is the reason I got mad. So I'm going to listen to an agent I end up firing. I'm going to listen to him and say, bench Kwame Brown in game 3, 20 games from now, because he didn't want to go with you. That's your logic.
And in his mind, that's where that whole beef started.
Do you think that, hold on, Michael, do you think that happened? Do you think an agent told a player to freeze a play and their play out, and that player did that?
I think that if Kwame had played at a high level and was performing at a high level, it wouldn't matter. Like, Gilbert would have had no choice but to give him the ball. But he also was struggling. Like, he wasn't playing great basketball because he said he was dealing with injuries and he wasn't 100%. So I think that, when you're dealing with a whole lot and you're under the pressure to really have this contract to save your whole life, like this is generational money at that point when you get your first deal after your rookie.
So out of all the niggas on the team, Larry Hughes is a free agent. Kwame Brown's a free agent. Everybody's a free agent. I decided not to pass this one nigga the ball. I don't have no problem with, because my agent told me not to. My agent at this moment in time has me, Kenyon Martin, 80-something million. He has everybody that got overpaid came from him. He did this, and I'm taking it personal.
Rookie deal. I think he felt a lot of pressure to really perform at that level. And so when he saw like you getting all those passes and getting those dunks and getting those opportunities, he was like, see, this is what I'm talking about.
SpaghettiOs. Let's hear this out, because you need to hear exactly what the issue was.
I think he felt a lot of pressure to really perform at that level. And so when he saw like you getting all those passes and getting those dunks and getting those opportunities, he was like, see, this is what I'm talking about. I'm not getting these touches. I'm not getting the ball.
Yeah.
And he felt that, and he also felt this too. He didn't like that. He thought that Gilbert and Eddie Jordan, that Gilbert had told Eddie Jordan not to play him, not to put him out there, not to give him opportunities too. So I think he just felt that probably from his past with Mike.
So while he's saying this, I'm looking at Eton, because if anybody remembers when Kwame Brown was saying this stuff that I had him bench, he said verbatim, Eton told me this. So when he was ranting, I kept tagging Eton. Can you please comment? I need to hear this. did you say this? Did you tell him I had him bench? So I'm looking at his face to see, he's like, well, no, he did. I'm trying to see if he's ever going to confirm that he told Kwame Brown that I had him benched.
Michael and Doug Collins, he probably just felt the whole world was against him. And he probably felt that it felt bad that there was an organization that he was drafted to be number one in that all of a sudden was like shunning him and sort of shutting him out. And then I remember talking to him about this for that story and him really, just saying that, he just felt that Gilbert was out to get him. Now, I wound up talking to Gilbert about it, and he obviously didn't say, he said that wasn't true. He said there's no way that an agent can tell me, how to play and tell me who to get a ball to. Like if he had earned the opportunities, I would have given him the touches. That's kind of what he was saying. If he did something with the ball when I gave it to him, I would have given it to him more. And that's kind of what he said, which obviously wound up upsetting Kwame in the end. But I think that I had actually talked to Mitchell Butler. You remember playing with Mitchell Butler? He, after his playing career, he wound up working for Dan Fagan in his agency. And so he worked closely with Gilbert, given his ties to DC and everything else. And so I wound up interviewing him. And Mitchell Butler had his own theory of why Kwame resented Gilbert so much. And he felt that, Gilbert had come in as a free agent signing and he was given the world. Ernie Grunfeld was the GM, and that was his first big signing. Gave him that $60 million contract. And it was like, how are you giving this dude from Golden State all this money, give him basically max money, and nobody really knew if he was worth it, because he just had a good season. He had one good season with the Warriors, and it's like he was a second round pick. Like you invested in this guy, but the whole thing has shifted to being a Gilbert centric team. And he said that in his mind, I'm not saying this is what I agree with or anything. I'm just saying that Mitchell said he felt that Kwame resented the fact that he was the guy that was drafted number one, but at no point was he made to be the guy in DC. And so Gilbert comes in and he signed his contract, and immediately he's given the keys to the franchise. And so
when he uses the word jealous, me jealous of him, and I've always said, how can I be jealous of you if I did everything you were supposed to do as a basketball player? You were the number one pick. I was a second round pick. I got paid $63 million after less than 100 and something games. Nigga, that was more than your whole career numbers. I came to DC. They gave me the keys to your kingdom that you were promised, but I'm jealous of you. I always said it. I became what you were supposed to become, and you hated that. I never did nothing to you. You hated that I was on billboards. You hated that I was a celebrity. You hated I made the All-Star game. You hated the fact I got cheered loud and you got booed every goddamn game your second year. I never did nothing to you. I just worked harder than you. And it irritated you. Our team was supposed to be. So if we want to put blame, let's start here. We drafted Devin Harris. We trade Devin Harris to Dallas. We get Antoine Jamerson. Our team was supposed to be. Listen to what I'm saying. Our team was supposed to be. At the point guard position, me. At the shooting guard, Larry. Jarvis Hayes was supposed to be the 3. Antoine Jamerson was supposed to be the 4. Kwame Brown was supposed to be the 5. 5 shooters. Kwame Brown playing in the middle, fast. We have a fast as fuck team. What stopped that from happening is Kwame, breaks his foot. Jarvis Hayes, something happened with his knee. Our team dynamic changed. Now our starting center, which was Brendan Haywood. Brendan Haywood got tricked into a deal that summer. He signed a 5-year, he signed a 5-year, $25 million deal. So He heard by Larry Hughes that they were bringing in Antoine, and they're going to put Kwame at the 5, and he was going to be the third 5 or the second 5. So the money that's on the table today, you better sign it. So right before training camp this season, or going into our second season, October 31st, 2004, Haywood signs a 5-year, 25 as the third center. He took the money and said, fuck it, I'm not waiting till next year. Because him and Kwame's the same year. They offered him 5-year, 25. They offered Kwame, like, I think it was 5 year. It's in the article. It was 5-year, 35-year, 40, whatever that number was. And Kwame was going to be the starting center. So Brendan Haywood got nervous and signed. So right here, they think he's jealous. Okay. All right, so we have a nice little picture coming on. We know when Kwame was on this team, there was no beef. There was no fucked up locker room. There was no fining Gilbert for being late. None of that shit didn't happen yet. We know why he hates Ernie Grunfeld, just like anybody. I was Ernie Grunfeld's first signee. So obviously, he gave me the world. And I thrived. But I worked hard for those keys. And he who was there, who was the number 1 pick, who was promised that Jordan left, he was going to be the man. Not my issue. Okay. Now, let's fast forward to today. Updated 2 weeks ago.
When they took off and the system meant a lot. The triangle we're talking about. And I thought our system fit our talent. And what was good, though, I always say this. I said, I know I had a whole lot to deal with, or we had a whole lot to deal with inside the ropes. But I always credit you, Antoine, and Karan for your leadership, because you guys' leadership meant more than anything I could do with disciplining anybody or setting.
So these threes was the leader. So as we know right now, the 3 people that he's talking about is after Kwame Brown. Kwame's gone. We have Karan. He looked at those 3 as leaders in the locker room. So this is all after Kwame Brown. Okay.
Rules. I just thought that in the locker room, I always said, Eton, Antoine, and Karan were our leaders on that team, and they meant a lot inside that locker room that I could not have done myself, or any coaches would have done. But yeah, we had a system that fit out our culture and our talents. And what was good that because of your leadership, you guys you bought into it. Like Michael had to buy into the triangle. He didn't like it at first.
We bought into it. Okay.
And what's also interesting, Eton, is when I eventually ended up in LA as an assistant, Kobe, I don't know if I told you the story, to meet Kobe, just Kobe and Mike Brown in his suite in the hotel. And we go over the offense. Not everything, but generally the skeleton of the offense, how it works, this and that. And he turned to Mike Brown and says, hire him now.
Oh, wow.
Hire him right now. Yeah. He said some other things I don't want to say, but as far as other people on their staff, that he wasn't really, right. So he says, hire him now. So
basically, because I tried out for this team. So Kobe seen the Princeton, realized it was kind of like the triangle, and he probably seen how I was getting shots and understood, oh shit, it's about to be dangerous. He's about to get busy over there. So the year Eddie Jordan went to the Lakers, I was in that. It was Steve Nash. I mean, it was Steve Nash and Paul Gasol over there. And I went and worked out that summer and was giving them busies.
Mike Brown says, okay, let's make it work. And at the time I was coaching DC Assault. Just me and you on the floor. Mm-hmm. This was right before training camp, about 2 weeks before training camp. Mm-hmm. And I go out, I meet with Kobe every morning at 5:30. And he wanted to know every position of time. Every position, he wanted to know how you would dribble handoff, how you would roll and post up and steal. He wanted to, at a center. I'm like, well, and he wanted to know the forward spot. And I said, we know in the offense, forwards could be guards and guards could be forwards. He knew that.
Right.
And so for over a week, we went over all the situations in the offense, and we put it in. So at the end of that summer, right before training camp, we get Steve Nash. So
Okay.
it was Michael Kidd of the offense and having stuff for Steve Nash. So that didn't mesh so well. And his role upload in
Nets.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to start that between you and Byron Scott.
I know the master, Pete Carell. That's and but he was good. When he went to the
of a lot of the issues right now with Kwame and Gilbert. And I just did a podcast about it. I had different reporters on, and it was Michael Lee, who was with the Washington Post, John Mitchell, who was with the Washington Times, and
Kwame look like he's gonna snitch somebody. If you gonna call somebody a snitch, don't this nigga look like he's about to tell a tale? Like, is it just me? He got the tattletale suit with the tattletale face.
It was and Mike Wise, who was with the New York Times, and they were all there around that time because they've and so I still live here in PG County, and people would stop me all the time, like, why don't you say something about Gilbert and Kwame? They're going to war with each other. You should say. I'm like, why should I say something? This has nothing to do with me. Like,
No. You should have said something because he said you told him. You told him. Is what I was believed because he told me you told him.
I don't want you to get involved with them or just say something on your podcast about
both to get involved to like get them to stop. I was like, why do you think they'll listen to me? Like, why do you think that I'm the person? So we went and spoke about it, but it all came down to that. It started during that time. So there's actually, there's something you could probably help clear up. Because that game, all right, going back to game 3 of that series. So remember the first 2 games, we went down to Chicago and we got smacked. We played poorly. Gilbert and Boog shot terribly. It was not a good game. They smacked us twice. Right. And then the game coming back, I remember because you pulled me to the side. It was like either after a shoot around.
We getting so fucking close, Kwame.
And Boog shot terribly. It was not a good game. They smacked us twice. Right. And then the game coming back, I remember because you pulled me to the side. It was like either after a shoot around or after a practice, and you're sitting there talking to me, and you say, "Listen, I'm going to change things up a little bit this third game. I don't like the way the offense is stagnant a little bit, and it's not moving."
So Kwame, your man's just admitted that after game 2, he and coach had a conversation and coach said he's about to shake shit up. Your man said him and coach had a conversation away from everybody else. Going into game 3, that they gonna shake shit up. Okay. Keep talking.
The way that I wanted to move with Brendan playing at the 5. He was like, and I want you to play, and I want you to run the offense the way it's supposed to be ran.
With him playing at the 5. So, backstory. We only played 3 guards in the playoffs. Me, Larry, and then Juan Dixon will come in. Antoine and Jared as the 4s. The 5s were Brendan, Eton, Kwame, and Michael Ruffin. None of them all played the same amount of minutes together. So if Eton is playing at the 5, somebody's getting hurt for time. So the fact that he is going to be playing a lot of 5 in game 3 Antoine Jamerson is the 4, somebody's going to get fucked. And he has the information of what is about to happen going into game 3. Okay.
And that's what you told. Do you remember that? Yeah, that's what you told.
Oh,
I was like, all right, I was like, offense.
he said it, he remembered.
It's supposed to be ran. And that's what you told. Do you remember that? Yeah, that's what you told. And I was like, all right, I got you. And so, and then you said, and also, and that this even goes back to what you were saying about, Steve Nash and that one too. The point guard would push the ball down the side of the sideline, and I would do a drag screen to start it off, and then get into the offense immediately. And you was like, I remember Eddie Curry and Tyson Chandler both having a lot of problems with that because
Cap, that was Cap. Because Eddie Curry didn't play that series. But you're sounding good. This is meaningless to me that you're getting shit wrong. Okay, I really don't care about that. You don't know who was in, I don't care about that. All I care about is you two niggas had a conversation before game 3. Because it was accused that me and this nigga had a conversation, but it was you two niggas that had a conversation. Okay, let's keep going.
Because they couldn't decide if they were going to show out on the shooter or go with me. And I was just wide open once I rolled and was getting like 4 or 5 wide open dunks in the first quarter.
Open dunks in the row that Kwame ended up being mad because he didn't get none of that shit. Because Coach didn't have a conversation with Kwame about running and doing it, pick and roll with me or Larry to get these easy dunks that you got in game 3.
So
he was told to run down the court and post up. And it didn't work for him, but he gonna give you a special play for you to get off. Woo, no.
That game, I had a good game. You know what I mean? We won. Yeah. The whole city was on fire. And that's when Gilbert
City was on fire and Kwame was on fire.
And Kwame's issues started. So I remember sitting there. I was sitting at the locker room because I had all the media people around me. You know what I mean? And I was, on the court. I was like, hey, you got to stay ready. You got to be ready. I'll give them all the one-liners, right? So then I see the media going back and forth between Kwame and Gilbert. And you know what I mean? And they were going back here, and they were back here, and they were back here. I mean, I don't even know if you knew that this is what was going on.
I didn't know this was going on in the locker room.
Hell no, nobody knew what was going on. Because you was happy, coach. We won game 3. And the secret meeting you had with Eton worked out his plan. So everybody was happy. But the nigga who didn't play.
Gilbert, saying like, he wants me to pass him the ball. He ain't doing nothing when he get the ball. And Kwame was like, well, he won't pass me the ball. So they just egging it on, right? Well, Gilbert said, you won't pass it. And I was like,
because y'all got to remember, I'm confused because nigga, you didn't even play in the game for us to even have this beef. Like, what are you talking about me for? We didn't, you played 3-4 minutes, nigga. So I don't know what you're talking about. I think you was probably mad that you see him doing the pick and roll. Boom, slash, good roll. Hit him, good roll. Dunk it, swing it, hang. Well, I don't know what pissed you off, but you were talking in a language that didn't make sense to your minutes that game. But he was happy. He was happy because the game plan worked his play.
I remember afterwards, I was like, and I talked to some of them, and that's why I called some of the guys, the specific reporters, to come on the show with me. And I was like, why? This is our first win. Like, this is a happy time. Like, don't print this, what they're doing. And they were all like, hey, we have to. They're telling us this. I don't print it, somebody else's.
Now, y'all got to imagine, everybody's happy. There's one nigga in this locker room that is not happy here.
And that's what started their whole issue. And somebody thinks, it was said, not by me, but somebody thinks.
Oh, not by here. Hey, Kwame! Why am I yelling? Kwame, your man that you put the blame on just took himself out of this. He said not by him. You want to hear it again, Kwame?
I don't print it, somebody else's. And that's what started their whole issue. And somebody thinks, it was said, not by me, but somebody thinks, or said somewhere, that Gilbert came to you and told you not to play Kwame. And
Kwame, you told the fucking world that Eton told you that I had you benched. Eton said, not by him. I want to know which one of your niggas is lying. Is he lying? He's playing dumb and he told you, and he's playing dumb now because you crashed out and fucked your career up? Or you made it all up for internet sympathy? One of you two niggas is lying here. We got to get to the bottom of this. So I personally, myself, asked Kwame Brown, just so you can see how Kwame Brown responds. I said directly, let me see. I said, question. You said Eton told you, right? This is this nigga's response to me. I asked him a direct question. He wrote, you the only one deflecting from what the coach said. You just want to talk about Kwame. But boy, these text messages of you, boy, what a jealous lame. Just like I said you were. Do your video, then the real you will get exposed. I want to see how you get out of this. Talk all that shit about your baby mama and you still smashing. I know so much about you that is crazy. I haven't let none of it out yet, but sounds like it's the right time. When you dig a hole, for you might as well dig a hole. One for yourself is written. I wrote. So did Eton tell you or not? Me and Eton did an interview. Everything that was said is live. Nah, you just have a lot of people that don't like you and you crazy over them hoes. Boy, you a tender dick than a motherfucker. I wrote. So either Eton never told you or he's pretending not to know how this started. We will get to the bottom of who told you. He wrote, we're going to get to the bottom of these tender text messages. Don't talk about suing either, nigga. I wrote, I just want to know, did Eton tell you or not? When did I tell Eddie to bench you? After game 2 or during game 3? He wrote, when did you start threatening men to unalive them? Wow, you're something else. I wrote, no answers? Just do your live. I asked him direct questions about, did he, if this man told you, why can't you stand on it? You drug my name in the dirt, nigga, and you telling me you can't look that nigga on the face on the internet and say, nigga, you told me this, Eton. I thought that nigga said it because I crashed out because of it. I quit on my team because of it. You two niggas had a conversation and pretended that y'all didn't know what the fuck was going on. Did he tell you or not? Did you make it up or not? Right now, it looks like you made all that shit up because he does look clueless than the motherfucker. He seems like he's the only one trying to figure this out.
I was like, I didn't hear nothing about that. So
I didn't hear. He said, nigga, I did not hear nothing about that.
I think, or said somewhere that Gilbert came to you and told you not to play Kwame. And I was like, I didn't hear nothing about that. So let's go straight.
So Kwame, your man right here said he never heard nothing about me benching you or having you bench. Larry Hughes didn't hear that shit. LaRon Prophet didn't hear that shit. Jared Jeffries didn't hear that shit. Every teammate never heard no such motherfucking thing. So I'm going to ask you directly. I don't want you to answer nothing else but this. Can you please tell us who told you that I had you benched. Put a name on it so we can ask them directly. See, you like to call teammates, call the teammate that told you this for you to crash out. Okay?
Straight to it, you know what I mean? Did Gilbert ever come to you and tell you not to play Kwame?
Never.
Never.
There was no player that I've coached that
Never, Kwame. Never. No player he ever played with ever came to him to have anybody bench. Also is what he's saying.
Tell you not to play Kwame.
never. There
Never.
was no player that I've coached that came to me on any team, on any level, to tell me who to play or who not to play. And
Hey,
Gilbert did not
that's
come to
what I
me and
thought.
say, now Gilbert might have come and just rambled at times, but he never said, don't play Kwame. No. Was that the series Kwame just stopped playing?
Listen to this nigga's asking a question. You would have thought like this was irritating me because it's like, wait. Did Kwame make all this shit up? Why doesn't nobody remember me telling? Why is it this like something like, oh yeah, I remember hearing that. Everybody is clueless to this.
Yeah, so that was when he stopped going to, and if you remember, this was the only time where me and you got into an argument. The whole time we played, we never argued because it was when, and I was really more advocating for Kwame, if you remember. And I was like, well, give him a chance. He's all right. He's just frustrated. And he was like, no. He was like, no. He skipped practice. He can't just skip practice. I was like, I feel you. I got you, but just give him a minute. And I went and called him and everything like that. And I was going, and it was when Ernie was like, we don't need him on the team.
Well, this is what happened.
On the team.
Let me tell you what happened.
Uh-huh.
Kwame, Ernie, he missed practice. Ernie met with Kwame and then called me up and says, let's meet Kwame in your office. So me, Ernie, Kwame come in. I think Steve Shepard, not Steve Shepard. Shepard might have been there too. But Kwame, Tommy Shepard. Kwame sat there and said, is that the year he broke through somebody's window and had scars on his
It
arm?
might have been something like that.
Oh yeah, it might have been. Nigga, you know what he did. You know what he did. Huh? Coach, remember, is that kind of like when he put his arm through the motherfucking window? How come everybody say something about you? Everybody's lying. Everybody's lying. You have the fucking scars. Everybody's lying. We asked you directly, how'd you get the scars? I don't need to tell you how I got my scars. That's your answer, always.
So he sat there and Ernie says, well, do you want to be here on the team? Kwame said no. He did not want to play anymore.
Kwame Brown, they asked you a direct question. Do you want to be on this team? You said no. Okay.
Ernie says, well, do you want to be here on the team? Kwame said no. He did not want to play anymore.
He did not want to play anymore. Okay.
How that went. He admitted that he did not want to play. It was in front of me and Ernie and maybe Tommy Shepard. But that was that meeting. And we said, hey, he doesn't want to play. His heart, even if we try to convince him to play, to be on the team, his heart wasn't in it. For some reason, his heart wasn't in it. He admitted to us he did not want to play anymore on our team.
See, so, I remember him being so mad at Gilbert that
I didn't know why. I just thought he just
so he had a meeting with coaches and he said he didn't know why he was mad. The coach said, I don't know why, but you're the one with the meeting. He don't know why he's mad. Now let's see what Eton has to say.
Because he thought that Gilbert came to you and said, do not play Kwame anymore.
I would never. You think I would listen to Gilbert?
Do you see the way that nigga chuckled? Like, I want to be offended, but I do understand this year that everybody's talking about. I didn't have no fucking power. He chuckled. You think I'm going to listen to Gilbert? That is his real. Do you think I'm going to listen to Gilbert? Remember, I wasn't his free agent either. I wasn't his free agent. He didn't want me. He wanted a Jason Kidd type of point guard. Me and him bumped heads our first year there. He didn't want me. He had a relationship with with A. Poland. I had a relationship with Ernie Grunfeld and A. Poland. So let's listen to it again. He chuckled.
So mad at Gilbert that
I didn't know why. I just thought he just
it was
well.
It was because he thought that Gilbert came to you and said, "Do not play Kwame."
Now, this statement is wrong because the statement he's saying wasn't in real time. This statement is a statement that we thought happened in real time, but it wasn't created until October 1st. It wasn't created during the playoffs. Think about what I'm saying. What he is saying right now wasn't a real thing in real time. It was created during October 1st when he made it up as a Laker. That's the reason Coach didn't know why he was actually mad.
Anymore. I would never.
After having a meeting with him. So that means in the meeting, Kwame never mention me or upset with me.
You know, you think I would listen to Gilbert?
I hear you, but that was the thought, and he was so mad. He was like, if I come to practice, I'm going to knock Gilbert out, and that's going to be bad for me. So I will stay away. And I wish he would have explained all that back then, because that was the reason why he said I should not come in right now, or I should not be around the team right now, because I will go beeline right to Gil, because he was so mad. And I don't know if his agent told him. Somebody told him that. I don't know how that.
Yeah, somebody told him that. See, he's thinking somebody else told him that. And I'm sitting here like, okay, how come you know the story, but he don't know the story?
For some reason, Gilbert thought that I told him that because he knew that we was tight. And I was like, I never say that. I was like, my issue was with the media. And I said how the media was egging it on. And I even talked to them to say, I don't know how that, because some reason Gilbert thought that I told him that because he knew that we was tight. And I was like, I never say that. I was like, my issue was with the
Kwame, you're going to need a new lie. He has officially, for the 14th time, said he did not tell. I asked him directly. He said he didn't tell. He told us he did not tell you that. Okay.
Media. And I said how the media was egging it on, and I even talked to the media. I don't know nothing about the other stuff, but
we talked to the media. None of them know nothing about what your claim is.
That was the reason why he wanted to stay away and why he didn't come to practice that day. I just don't think he ever explained that.
Coach is still like, this is the first time this nigga's hearing it.
He really never expressed his thoughts to us. He just sat there and said, I just don't feel like playing anymore. I mean, just bluntly.
He just sat there, the little bitch face. I don't want to play no more. I don't want to play no more. Let's hear what you did in there, Mr. Big Bad.
To stay away and why he didn't come to practice that day. I just don't think he ever explained that.
He really never expressed his thoughts to us. He
never expressed his thoughts because he's a bitch. Now I want to get disrespectful.
Sat there.
I've been so good all stream. But let's try it again.
And said, I just don't feel like playing anymore. I mean, just bluntly and flatly, I just don't want to play anymore. And that's it. And we just, to me, it was no trying to convince him, because we were in such an important time at the time, and we had something going. I got enough players here. I got you and Brendan and everybody else, in that position.
I got you and Brendan in that position. He did not say the 4 position. He said, I have people in this position. I have you and Brendan. You and Brendan. Meaning, in the playoffs, he was planning to put you at the 5. When we was going to play the Miami Heat, if you was on a team, you were going to be guarding Shaq. You was a 5-man this part of the season. So when this 5-man was out there balling his ass off, it affected your playing time.
So that's why he didn't play. And I stopped listening to them go back and forth to each other. But I listened to them about a year. It's a lot. Yeah, it's not even. It's gotten to a point where it wasn't even funny.
And the thing is,
it ain't even funny. I appreciate y'all for y'all little giggles and shit, right? Little giggles, right? So right now we have. Now let's listen to these 2 niggas talk. All right, let's go to them. Had a little conversation. Woo! Oh damn, little ugly nigga. Okay, don't just pop on the screen like that. Now where's the one from Oh, I'm sorry. It's on Kwame Brown's page. My bad. Let's go. We gonna go to Kwame Brown. Wait, Kwame Brown. Hey, Kwame, don't hide the video yet. Don't hide the video yet. We would like to hear the conversation that you two had. Nah, because I couldn't find it. Where it is. Where's NBA Dumb Boy? We want the NBA Dumb Boy video. There we go. There we go. Kwame.
A celebrity.
Here we go, Kwame. There we go. NBA Dumb Boy. Let's go.
This is what this celebrity shit is. People turn it and it makes sense. Right in front of us, 20 minutes. Hey, but there's an art.
I need you to make that phone call, nigga. Yeah. You had to get on camera for this one. I love it. Ring.
Oh, my boy Eton hit me back.
Yeah, your boy Eton hit you back.
My boy Eton hit me back.
Yes, sir.
Damn, how I missed this call.
That nigga look like Dr. Umar.
Oh, man.
Yeah, how you miss that call? Yeah,
Shit.
camera off. Shit. Come on.
I'm for the text him.
Come on, do something.
Damn, man.
Yeah, come on. Get to it. Get to it. I'm excited. I'm excited, Kwame. You know why? Because there's more. So excited. Then nigga, hurry up. Talking
about your live before, but I didn't watch the whole live. So my guy was like, man, you got to watch that. And did you think I'm live right now, man? Come
on.
Put him on speaker?
Yeah.
Because I don't got you on speaker right now. Still can come up again. They want it.
Hey, I would like to pre-apologize to Eton. If I get offensive at any point, it's just a stream, man. I don't, you know what I mean? Because you guys are going to say some shit in here that's going to trigger me and it's going to make me think about, reality. So, do not judge me for this next parts. Okay? That's all I'm doing.
I'm going to put it on speaker.
Put it on speaker.
All right. So can y'all hear him?
Y'all can hear me? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep, they can hear you.
All right. What you want to know?
Yeah.
So I think Eddie Jordan wanted to gloss over the fact where you were trying to allude to the fact that, hey, man, Kwame was really upset about something. And now I didn't come to you about it because it was personal to me. But what I was really saying in this whole thing was that his agent, Dan Fagan,
You didn't even tell Eton at all. That's a contradiction from what Eton said. Eton was basically talking like he was mad because of this in real time, and that's why he didn't come to practice. But you're saying you didn't tell Eton because it was personal to you. Okay. So you didn't express this to nobody because it was personal to you. Okay.
Really upset about something. And now I didn't come to you about it because it was personal to me. But what I was really saying in this whole thing was that his agent, Dan Fagan, kept trying to get me to switch from Arn Tellem to Dan Fagan. He kept saying, man, Tyson got this amount. You should be getting $80 million. They shouldn't have gave you that 1 year extension. You're the #1 draft pick. MJ effed you over. This is what he's saying to me. We're going to get Gilbert Arenas to give you the ball. And for a time there, Gilbert Arenas was showing me love. I'm talking about he passing me the ball. There's games where me and Gilbert is connecting almost every play. But I remember Dan Fagan came to like Utah.
Okay, so right now, because of how I had the stream up earlier that y'all can't hear, I had everything laid out like clockwork. But because of it's working this way, I don't want to try to fuck nothing up. Okay, so I got to go to the 2004-2005 season so we can follow this.
And then I was like, you know what? I gotta end this shit. I gotta stop him from coming and talking to me every time we go.
Okay, so when he said me and him hooked up, let me give you what the nigga averaged or scored when he started this season off before this meeting. 6, 10, 4, 4, 6, 16, 4, 8, 4, 7, 1, 5, 3, 0, 2, 0, 10, 3, 9, 16, 16, 2, 2, 9, 13. Are we there yet? Nope. Okay, a couple more games. We're going to have 2 and 11. So that's what he's saying was our motherfucking hookup before him and his agent. Okay. What a motherfucker career you're having this year.
Go somewhere. And so I kind of told him after that, I'm like, yo, I'm going to stick with Arn and tell him. And I kind of told Arn, I'm like, yo, Gil is talking and saying different stuff now because I told his agent no. So I just kind of wanted to touch on that. That's the backstory of why I didn't want to go to practice.
That's the backstory of why you wanted to go practice. You didn't make no motherfucking sense. You didn't. What sense is that? What? Because of what exactly? I hear the statement. Make the fucking statement. Before the meeting, trash. After the meeting in Utah on March 24th. March 24th is the meeting you had. I don't know what's changed. Numbers sound the same. 11, 6, 8, 12, 7, 8, 12, 2, 4, 16, 2, 17, 0, 3, 0, 14. And the best game you had that year was 19 points. Nigga, and I pass you the motherfucking ball getting ready for the playoffs. This is your last game. 19 points getting ready for the playoffs. So I'm trying to figure out, when did you get motherfucking benched by me? Okay? Okay.
You and Eddie didn't know. Also, I broke my hand before the draft. I broke my hand in a bar, and the Wizards covered it up. They come up with this "he got small hands" narrative, but what really happened was I was in Gainesville, Florida, on a visit, and this guy.
I don't mean to be rude, but what the fuck does your broken hand got to do with the playoffs 4 years later? We don't want to hear about fucking Jacksonville. See, that's your problem. It's like your brain just has a whole bunch of random shit in it, and it just goes, right? It just runs. It just goes. It just, anything it comes to it just spurt out shit. It's like you got Tourette's. You just spurt out shit that has nothing to do with the conversation. What the fuck does this have to do with the conversation of you being benched in the playoff? You broke your hand in 2021. This is 2025.
Guy punched me in the face at a bar. And so Gilbert,
he punched you first, nigga? Oh, okay.
Gilbert Arenas is telling the story now about people push me down the steps, because I told this story on live before. But they push us down the steps, and then I get into a fight. I break my hand, break the 8th bone in my wrist. So I'm like, oh, shit.
Whoa, Kwame Brown. I don't know. I didn't know you got pushed down the stairs in Jacksonville. When I told you you got pushed down the stairs, that was at Love nightclub in 2004, 2005, you and your brother. I don't know what you talking about here. So you got pushed down the stairs too? So the nigga hit you in your mouth and then they pushed your ass outside. Okay, I wasn't talking about that. I'm talking about nightclub, you and your brother got your ass tossed out by the bouncer. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. Love or Dream, whatever the name was when you was there, they tossed you big niggas up from the top floor all the way to the bottom floor. Your ass is rolling, rolling, rolling. You like to sing, right? Rolling, rolling, rolling down the stairs. Like, God damn, I ain't even know 7-footers can roll that way. You would have thought, nigga, y'all was on fire the way y'all stopped, dropping, rolled down them goddamn steps. Y'all two niggas could have been stuck those the way y'all was rolling.
I'm going to the league. I went to the league. They knew about it, but I didn't tell them right away. So then once they found out about it, they're like, oh, he got small hands and all this other shit. And that's what they hid, because they was trying to trade me for Elton Brand.
What the fuck does your small hands have to do with you breaking your hand? Like, he's telling us this, he broke his hand and the shit shrunk.
So I didn't know nothing about the agent and the stuff like that. But what I was talking to Coach Jordan about was when, okay, so going back to that game, when afterwards you didn't come to practice. And this was the only.
When I said he knocked somebody out, this is the story, which contradicts everything he always says about David Stern. Here we go. David Stern in his fighting, when he says David Stern came to him and said, if you get in one more fight, we're kicking you out of the league. So every time you hear situations happen with him in his career, he always used the David Stern story. Unfortunately, obviously that shit has no fucking bearing on how you lived your life. Because obviously, it didn't stop you from punching through that motherfucking window, chasing your girl. It didn't stop you from getting thrown in the middle of a fight in Dream and getting thrown down them steps. To the fact when you got thrown down them steps, when you went home, the bouncer who was with you, when he tried to go get his card, you broke his jaw. It didn't stop you from doing that. When you sucker punched a nigga, when he tried to click, 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 and your hand went through the goddamn window and broke his jaw. Window was down this time when you broke his jaw. It didn't stop you from doing that. It didn't stop you from holding up the motherfucker club when you and your brother was outside and y'all trying to fight 6 people. Where was David Stern doing all of this?
Time that me and Coach Jordan really got into it. And I was like, I felt like it was like him and Ernie and, Eric Waters was pissing me off for real. And it was just like, oh, well, he's off the team. I was like, well, hold up. You didn't even ask what was going on. You ain't asked no nothing, just he's off the team. And so I'm going back and forth with them. And I'm like, well, give him a minute. So I went over there and I tried to hit you. I was like, hey, what's going on? You know what I mean? So we went back to that. And he was like, and then that's when Coach Jordan was like, yeah, they brought you in the room and whatever. And that's what I was telling
you. See, Coach Jordan really ain't telling the truth on that. They came to my house. So what happened was, what's the guy name? They had the red hair or the white hair, Tommy Shepard came to my house. Yeah, so Tommy Shepard came to my house and somebody else came to my house. They all came to my house. And they were trying to convince me. My homeboy let him in the house. I told him, fuck them. I wasn't coming out. This is the true story. I got all the girls that Gilbert liked. I had them all over to the house. We was partying. We was drinking. We was turning up. I already made up my mind. I couldn't.
This is his problem. In real time, he just makes up shit. So now, again, all the girls I like is at his house partying. Nigga, it's 1 o'clock. You missed practice, they came to your house at 1 o'clock. So you telling us that you were drunk at 1 o'clock, they don't know why you missed practice, and you have a whole bunch of women drinking, getting drunk in the middle of a meeting. That's what you want to tell us. Nobody mentioned. He didn't say, oh yeah, when he got over there, he had like a lot going on. Remember, you were sick, Kwame. You remember your excuse, you were sick. So now you're not sick. You're over there having a motherfucking blast, drinking and partying because you made up your mind. Okay. See, this is why you get called out, because you lie so fucking much to try to make yourself look so fucking good. Now you got all my bitches. How many bitches did you have then? How many of my bitches? Plural. Meaning I got a lot of them shits then, right? How many of all of them that you had over your motherfucking house? So you telling me we win in playoff games, we just won, but they sitting at your house? Okay. All right, cool. I'm going to let you have it. Because you're going to get killed with that story you just told.
Couldn't go back because I broke my hand in Florida when David Stern found out about the situation. He said, he called me in the office. Anytime I ever got in trouble, I had to go to see David Stern like he was a principal. He said, you got into a fight? And I was like, well, a guy hit me in the face. He said, you put yourself in that situation. I said, how did I put myself in that situation? I was just standing there. And he was like, you're the number 1 draft pick. Do you understand that? I said, yeah, I'm the number 1 draft pick. I said, but how did I put myself in a situation for somebody to punch me in the face? Because you was at a bar. I was like,
he was at a bar at 19. Hey, come on, keep fucking going. What the fuck does any of this have to do with anything? Let's come to a conclusion here. Why you keep bringing up your broken hand?
That's where people, yeah. I was like, that's what people do. They go to bars. I was like, I just went to a bar. I didn't ask to be punched in the face. And he was like, you're the #1 draft pick. Do you understand that? And I kept saying, yeah. He was like, do you not know you can't punch anybody as the #1 draft pick? And I said, but what if they punch me first? And he said, you cannot punch somebody as the #1 draft pick. He kept asking me, do I understand that? And I kept saying, if they hit me first, I don't understand that. They kept trying to train me. And I guess they do this to everybody who play basketball, or if you're this coveted #1 draft pick, you got to turn into like a weenie dog where people can just punch you in the face and you can't do nothing about it. And I just couldn't understand that. So he told me that if I hit anybody in the NBA locker room, that he would void my contract. So I want to no problem.
First of all, the fight that you had was in the club. It didn't have nothing to do with the NBA locker room. So the scenario that you're trying to paint ain't real, because you broke your hand in a fight at a bar. All the fights you got in DC was at bars, and David Stern didn't come and suspend you. When you punched through that window, chasing your girl, nothing happened. When you got thrown down the goddamn stairs in DC, nothing happened. Okay.
Problems in the NBA locker room.
So what I was telling them,
no ending. He didn't say like, so yeah, I didn't want to come to practice because I was gonna whoop Gilbert's ass. Then that you're supposed to finish with that.
I was like, well, I was telling with Coach Jordan when we was interviewing. I was like, yeah, but do you know it wasn't that he? Because then I think it already started there.
Yeah, listen, Kwame, Kmart was the #1 pick. He fought on the motherfucking court. Shit.
That you quit. I think it was Eric. Honestly, I think it was Eric Waters. But they started this narrative that you quit, and I was like, no, it was because he was mad and he didn't. So it goes kind of towards what you say.
He quit. Coach confirmed he quit. So I don't even know why you said it started with Eric Waters. You just had an interview before with the coach, and the coach said, they asked him, do you want to play? He said no. Nigga, that's called quitting. No means quitting. Do you want to play? No. That's called quitting. No one made up it. He said no. To be honest, he's even bragged about it sometimes. Yeah, they was begging me to come back and shit. And I'm like, hell no, I did enough to get my money. He's even done that on lives. Not realizing you quit.
Man, about you didn't want to get into a fight. And I was like, yeah, he was mad at Gilbert. And he was like, this is what I was saying.
And that is also a lie that we will clean up here.
Coach Jordan, I just interviewed him, that he wanted to remove himself from that situation, because if he did come there and whatever was going on with him and Gilbert, he was going to beeline right to him. So he removed himself.
Not a fact. Not a fact. That's not a fact.
The situation, and that's what I remember. I could be wrong, but that's what I remember.
Yeah, you're wrong. You don't remember that because that was not actually a real thing.
No.
We heard the coach say exactly what he said. That nigga put his head down like a bitch. Boom. I don't want to play no more. That's all he did. Do you want to play? I don't want to play no more. Huh? Because you know what? Game 4 was at home, and his ass was going to get booed again. So obviously he didn't want to play no more. They booing him. They booing him, boss.
That's exactly what happened, because
so I told him that. So I told Coach Jordan, I was like, no, but it's not. But this whole narrative that he quit, that's not what happened. I was like, I don't know who started that, who started saying that, but he didn't quit.
But Coach Jordan knew he knew what happened though. Yeah. Gilbert Arenas, this is how he answered the question. You asked Eddie Jordan, you said, did Gilbert Arenas ever come to you and tell you not to play Kwame Brown? Right. And he answered the question truthfully. He said, and he worded it perfectly. He said, no player ever came to me and told me to not play somebody. That's
no, Kwame. He said, no, he never did. And then he said, no other player. And then after that, he said it again. Remember, he even laughed. We heard it. We heard exactly what he said. He wants to take what he wants to take out of it.
Not what Gilbert said. He said, hey, Kwame is in my way. That's what his exact words was.
Oh, so now it's Kwame was in my way.
He said, Kwame is in my way. Kwame want the ball. He's taking up space. He ain't going to do nothing when he get the ball anyway. He's in my way. That's what he said.
Now, unfortunately, I wanted to call him you big dummy. See, me saying you don't do nothing with it, that happened after the game 3, while you was bitching on the sideline. Now, I want to ask you a direct fucking question. Because now, let's hear it again. So we don't misconstrue what he said.
Kwame is in my way. And he answered the question truthfully. He said,
So he answered it truthfully, okay.
and he worded it perfectly. He said, no player ever came to me and told me to not play somebody.
Okay.
That's not what Gilbert said. He said, hey, Kwame is in my way. That's what his exact words.
So that was my exact words. Kwame is in my way. So now Eton telling you I told coach to bench you in game 3, that's out the window. So my agent telling me to not pass you the ball and all that, now that's out the window too. Now the story now is I went to coach and said, Kwame is in my way. Now, can you please tell me when exactly did I utter these words? Because you said exactly. So that means you heard it? Did you hear that? Or did someone tell you that?
Words was, he said, Kwame is in my way. Kwame want the ball. He's taking up space. He ain't going to do nothing when he get the ball anyway. He's in my way. That's what he said. And so I said,
that's what he said. Unfortunately, Kwame, you are a motherfucking liar. So now that we know I did not have you benched from game 3, I didn't have you benched in game 3. We know that coach and them had a conversation before game 3 and Eton was going to play more at the 5. We know that. We heard them. They both agreed that's what happened. Now, between me and Yonder, nigga, my question now becomes this. When did I say this? Did you hear this? When did you say this? Because I want everybody in the chat, please answer. If you was me, would you have said Kwame was in my way? Let me tell you, because Kwame don't use references of anything. So we're going to go to the playoffs. Okay. Now game 2, you're me. This was my stats in game 2. I shot 14 for 25. I was 7 for 9 from the free throw line. 6 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals. I had 39 points. Now, can you tell me this nigga set the best screens in game 2? I had 39 points in game 2. Now, what fucking individual will go to the coach and tell him, do not play Kwame Brown in game 3? And he just scored 39 fucking points. You tell me. I just had a baller ass game. We lost, but I had a baller ass game. But I'm going to go to coach before game 3, during game 3, to what? Say you was in my way, nigga, why? You didn't know I balled my ass off, did you? I was happy with you, you screening son of a bitch. You was setting the best screens ever. You was in there setting them fucking screens, setting them screens, huh? That's all you did was out there setting the screens. Who in here? Come on, who in here will go to the coach and say, Kwame's in my way and you just had 39? Fucking lying asshole. Let's see what you had though. Because you wasn't in my way. Shit. Okay, you had, because you say you was going down dunking on Nocioni. You had 2 points. Hey, when you say you were dunking on Nocioni, you was 0 for 1. You made 2 free throws. Did you, like, like when you dunk on a nigga, that counts as a basket. It says you had zero baskets. You shot 1 shot. You shot one shot. So you had 2. Eton had 4. And Michael Ruffin didn't play. Michael Ruffin played 2 minutes. So you and Eton playing, Michael Ruffin plays 2 minutes. I played 46 minutes, so I ain't come out the game. So I'm in your way. So it couldn't have been after game 2. Now, let's go to game 3. When you didn't play. So the 2 bigs that played off the bench, Eton played 22 minutes. Michael Ruffin played 21 minutes. Kwame played 3. So that means Michael Ruffin got switched with you. Now you want to tell these people on the internet that I would rather have Michael fucking Ruffin in the game playing 20 minutes instead of you. And I just had 39 points. Shut up. Sorry, motherfucker. You know why your ass is benched at home? Because you got booed every time at home. We wasn't trying to have that shit. That fucks up the morale. Niggas start giggling on the sideline. We're down 0-2. You start getting booed. Brennan Haywood gonna start giggling and shit. Jared Jeffries gonna start giggling and sniggling and shit because niggas was happy you was getting booed. That shit kind of made niggas feel better. But we didn't want that. I came out publicly and said, please do not boo him at home. We're trying to win a game. We got booed out this building. So just like every home game for the last month, you played less minutes. Now, instead of me just making this shit up, I will have proof of you and your words of it coming out your mouth while you was frustrated. So game 2, you and Michael Ruffin switched minutes. Eton was 8 for 9, dunking all over the place. And you played 3 minutes. Now, was you in my way these 3 minutes? Because I had 32 motherfucking points. 7 rebounds, 7 assists. Couldn't have been in my way then. So, nigga, you need another excuse. So now that I had you benched was wrong. Because coach said he never said that to me. So now you had to change it up. So you alter it by saying he's in my way. Now the fact that when these 2 games, nigga, I'm balling out. You're not in my way. Okay? You're not in my way. Now go back to the lab and think of another motherfucking lie. These ones are toasted. Okay? Let's see what else you 2 niggas decide y'all want to talk about here.
Now I'm in his way because I tell his agent no. And so that's when Arn Tellem said he was going to file for agent tampering if they continue talking to me. But he just did it another way by using Gilbert Arenas. So that's why Gilbert does this character assassination with me so hard, because just like now, he wants me to sign with his agency. So what does he do? He disrespect me, disrespect my channel. He wanted me to sign with his agent. What does he do? Argue with me, tell the coach that I'm in his way. And that's what Eddie Jordan don't want to say. I told Eddie Jordan, I said, y'all lost me on the team in the first place when Gilbert Arenas is allowed to rip up anything that y'all try to find him with. He cannot come to practice, and you come up here and act like you're a stickler for the...
Cap. Remember who's on the team right here. Larry Hughes is on the team. We heard how to... I wasn't getting fined then because I didn't do nothing wrong then. I didn't get fined then, ladies and gentlemen. There was no ripping up that shit when Larry Hughes was there. This is my 2nd year. I didn't have power yet. At this moment in time, I'm only a one-time All-Star. The coach don't really like me like that. That didn't happen. Me tearing shit up is when Eddie left and we had Tap Scott. You hear Nick Young say, man, every time Tap Scott tried to find you, you tore his shit up. Yes. Didn't do that shit with Eddie Jordan and them. They wasn't playing that shit. You're lying again. You lost me. Nigga, we lost you when you threw your arm through that window, nigga, trying to beat on your girl. When you had the keys in your pockets and you broke your foot. That's when we lost you. Because you didn't play that year with us. You wasn't part of our success.
the rules. But when it comes to Gilbert Arenas, it's just, oh, you draw outside the line. That's what I'm going to do something. But Ernie Grunfeld undermining him every chance he got.
And he said that, though. He said that his with Ernie, because Ernie would not allow Ernie.
See, Kwame is listening to their interview using these as talking points like they're part of his story.
Gilbert do whatever he wanted to do.
Exactly.
Gilbert said that. You know what I mean? He said that.
But no, when I say that, he say I'm hating on him. I'm not hating on you.
Oh, nigga, you're lying because you wasn't a part of it. You wasn't a part of me doing what I want to do. You wasn't there. You wasn't there. I didn't do what I wanted to do when you and Larry was there. Remember, Larry left. That means 22 points went out the window. Nigga, I went from 22 to 29. I made my second All-Star, second All-NBA. That means when I came back for the 06-07 season, nigga, I was a demon. But I wasn't getting fined yet. When I started acting a fool is after I got hurt. And me and Eddie Jordan had a falling out, and I stopped giving a fuck. That's when I was uncontrollable. The 07 season going to the 08 season.
I can clearly not like you, but I'm not going to flat out lie on you. You ruined that team because you did everything you wanted to do. And it's all about getting.
I like that he used ruin the team. Everybody you heard, that team that he's talking about, we all had fun. It was like a college field. We all got along. We heard the reporter say, hey, I never knew there was any problem. We all had fun. The only person that was on the out was him. He was upset that he got hurt, whatever, and he wasn't playing.
Yep, I mean, but that was coming from Ernie Grunfeld, though. That wasn't coming from Eddie Jordan. But Ernie didn't have no say in the matter. Like literally, I used to remember, and that's what I told the story there. I was like, I remember seeing Gilbert working out, and then he would go run around somewhere in the building, and then come late for practice. I'm like, bro, what you doing? But it was just because he wanted to show that he could do it, and he knew that he had Ernie Grunfeld on his side, and he would let him do whatever he wanted to do.
Yep.
But Ernie ran that program to the ground. Like, that's like the way he did that, and that whole thing with So there were so many different things that Gilbert did that people don't know before the gun incident happened.
Okay.
And that's what. Do you want to allude to any of that, or do you want to touch on any of that? Because that's what people.
I want to touch on, nigga, what your problem is. Like, you always want to tell everybody what I did when you wasn't there. Why are you never talking about what you experienced with me?
People keep asking, like, what does he mean? This is exactly what Kwame was talking about. He got to get an interview with Eton. Like, that boy done been to jail. He done all kind of stuff. And I'm like, why is nobody writing about this in the paper?
Because, nigga, it never happened. You made it up. I've never been to jail. In D.C. You made it up. If you are a DC, if you are in the DMV, y'all know Red Grant, his wife, was a cop or still is a cop. She's the one who used to pull me over. Can you ask her if she or her partner ever put me in jail? He just makes it up because he needs to paint a picture of me for his narrative. And there's a horrible ending to his narrative. And y'all are going to be very surprised.
I can say a cuss word and they'll write about it in the Washington Post. you laughing? That's a real laugh. You laughing because you know.
I mean, it was a lot. Like, I remember when he shot Nick with the BB gun.
He shot Nick with a BB gun.
Because you wasn't there when I shot Nick with a BB gun. Yeah. Shot that nigga in the back with a BB gun during an NBA gun awareness meeting, which makes it even better because nobody said nothing, right? When Nick was there, meaning 3-time All-Star, 3-time All-NBA. I'm on the cover of a video game. Yeah. I was feeling myself. That's why you're surprised. You wasn't there then.
What the?
But I'm saying there's so many, and then him and Avi had this thing where they was going back and forth. You remember Avi's story?
Yeah.
No, you don't, nigga. You wasn't on the team with Avi's story. So don't say yes just to say yes. You wasn't on the team then. Do you need to go look at your fucking roster? Do not say yes to just to say yes. Do you see? Do you hear the names that Eton is mentioning? See, before he wanted to befriend you and giggle and sniggle with you when he had the interviews with everybody else years ago, I was a certain way when Larry Hughes and you were there. He's explaining to you who I was when you left. But you're trying to pretend that's who I was when you were there is the problem.
You know Avi?
I was leaving when he came there.
Okay.
So him and Avi had this thing going back and forth, right? And I don't know what they just took it to. He took it to a whole other level with him. But the stuff that I was like, ain't nobody gonna say nothing to him about doing this. Like it's.
So I took it to another level. What was I doing? What was I doing? Huh? Nobody checked me. Was I was afraid? It was always afraid? Huh? Wait, what was going on? What was I doing that y'all was too afraid to stop me? You was the captain, huh? You was the leader of the team. You just allowing me to do whatever I want to niggas in the locker room. What kind of leader are you? Coach said you was a leader. Don't sound like very great leadership if you can't control little old me.
But the person who I blame for all that was Ernie, because if Ernie just said, no, you can't do this, then he wouldn't have been able to do it.
But listen, though, Eton, come on now. Now I know you stand on man law, but this is a grown ass man that's making. I understand. I'm definitely following you on that. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. Go ahead.
So if he was playing for the Miami Heat, would Pat Riley have gone for any of that stuff?
No.
No matter what age he was.
No.
Right. So that was my problem with Ernie Grunfeld, because he made the culture.
Oh, they needed upper management to stop me because they didn't want to stop me? What? You two big niggas couldn't do it. Well, Kwame wasn't here when that happened. You remember what Coach said about Kwame? Just put his head down like a little bitch. Everything I said he was when we played together. Put his head down like a little bitch, right? But Eton, they didn't do nothing for me. They need management to come in. Ah, damn.
With the Wizards that said Gilbert could do whatever he wants to do, but y'all got to go by these rules and these rules and these rules. I remember one time we was up there getting taped and stuff like that or whatever. Gilbert's on the corner protesting. Right? So we about to go. We about to walk over, and Ernie Grunfeld come over and look at us. He's like, "Well, y'all want to get a fine for being late to practice?"
Do y'all hear? Every time he's talking, it has nothing to do with when Kwame was there.
I'm like,
all my bad traits, Kwame wasn't there. They're not talking together like, hey, yo, you remember when he did this and did that? They don't do that here.
Just us or Gilbert. I'm looking at Gilbert sitting right there. So we just got ahead and go to practice, and Gilbert's over there doing whatever he's doing.
So wait a minute. Ernie Grunfeld was about to find all of y'all and leave Gilbert.
And I don't even remember who we was coming out of the team.
That's a hell of a team there, boy. That sounds like a team.
No, but that's why when I said that I blamed Ernie Grunfeld, people were saying, why are you going to just blame him? Like, I was like, you don't understand, because he's the one that makes the rules. So people have to, that's why I said like a Pat Riley.
I get it. I 100% agree with you, but I still got to give some accountability to the person who's doing the act. And that's why.
No, but that doesn't mean that Gilbert don't have no accountability for it. I'm not saying that at all.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that it would have not been allowed.
Right. I 100% agree with you. And that's what my frustration came from, is because.
Hey, Derry Hardaway, this is how stupid you are and how dumb these niggas are. Angelino is somebody you call who lives in Los Angeles. That wasn't my name. They just dumb like that, right? If you're from Chicago, Chicagoan, here, you're Angelino. They thought that was my name because the paper said Angelino native.
Because when I would point out those things, they almost took the approach of he scores a lot of points.
You pointed out what, nigga? Why are you pointed out what? The behavior wasn't there when you were there. You didn't point out shit. You was a little whore of a man, child. You didn't speak up. Your fat ass sat over there, got subbed in, set your fucking screens for me, Larry, and Antoine like a good boy, and you shut the fuck up. So you didn't point out nothing. Why are you pretending you pointed out something? Why are you pretending you was this outspoken nigga? You waited till you got to Los Angeles to pretend you wanted to slap me, ho. You know damn well you wouldn't have said that shit while you was in D.C. You waited till you got all the way to Los Angeles to do an article. They say, yeah, I didn't show up to practice because I was going to slap Gilbert. October 1st, 2005 is the first utter of you saying some shit like that. So when you say, oh, I was so mad, I was going to go over his house, I'm going to hold you to that. I'm going to hold you to that. You said that you got so mad after game 3, you wanted to come to my house and kill me. Remember that, people. Okay?
And I'm like, what the fuck?
That was 100%. That's why Ernie Grunfeld let him do everything so he could score. So Jordan told the story when I was interviewing when he said, remember when Gilbert got mad and he stopped shooting the ball because he said something about
yep.
to play defense. He was telling that story. But
hey, look, and the game was won. We won the game.
And we won the game. Right.
Wait, so you was there, Kwame? You was there, right? Yes, you was, nigga. You was there. Remember Toronto? I told this story. Now you acknowledge it. He remembers it. I was protesting because me and you was going through problems of who wanted the ball. We was having these little indoor-outdoors, right? Our first year. And then in Toronto, I didn't shoot the ball the first 3 quarters. And then I scored the last 7 points so we can win the game. And then you, sir, had a meeting set up to talk about the new establishment in the locker room. And that's when you got punked in the locker room by... Yeah. I'm glad you brought that up.
All right. It wasn't the way that, I don't know, it was just... So from the beginning, Jordan was not who Ernie Grunfeld wanted to pick as the coach.
Hold on. Say that again, please, because I said that too. What happened?
No, listen. When Eddie Poland hired Eddie Jordan, I don't know who he would have picked, but
say that I was just jealous of his career. So I'm pretty sure by you saying this, he's going to come up with a narrative. Something must be wrong with you. Are you drunk or something? I don't know. No. It's going to be a narrative about you.
He said before that Ernie let him do whatever he wanted to do.
No, he may have said that to you, but when it comes to me, what he says, anything I come up with and I say about him, it's all because that I somehow am jealous of his career.
But that's even what Coach Jordan said, though. When I interviewed him, I asked him. He said, yeah. He told the story where Antoine Jameson said to him. He was like, man, if Ernie would have just not let Gilbert do whatever he wanted to do, it could have been said. That's what Eddie Jordan told me on the interview. That
I don't know where they be. Like, the narrative that Kwame tried to pretend. When have I ever never said I was not the man? I've always said at a certain time you couldn't tell me shit. And I don't feel bad for it. I do not feel bad whatsoever for working my ass off to get them keys and drive that motherfucking car the way I wanted to drive that car. I do not take no nothing. Whatever happened when I was driving the car, God damn it, I had a great hell of a drive. I've never not took responsibility for how I drove the car. So I don't know why you always say I get mad at you for telling me who I was. I know who I was. The problem is you lie about who you was.
That Antoine Jameson told him.
And I hit Gil and I said, okay, Gil, all right, without all the nonsense, without all the fluff, I know you like to do this for the internet so you can get contracts. You like to say my name and, yell and curse and call me out my name, say you're going to put a pistol to my throat. You like to say all these things. But what about Antoine Jameson? What about Eton Thomas and Coach Eddie Jordan? They don't have a reason to say all this stuff against you. Why would they say the exact same thing that I said about you? And I said, are you going to come up here for comment? He said, I ain't going to say nothing. I ain't worried about that.
Not worried about that. My problem was never with you telling people who I was. My problem is you lied and said, I took money out your daughter's mouth. You lied and said, I had you bench. That's just changed in the last 48 hours about, I told coach, you're in my way. Then my agent and all, that's what my problem has been for the last 4-5 years. I don't give a fuck you say that I had too much power? Sounds like you wish you had it. It sounds like you wish you had that power. You were supposed to have that power, but you just wasn't built for it. Well, obviously I wasn't either, because nigga, I crashed out too. You never got behind the wheel though. You was just a nigga in the back seat, just mad. Daddy, I thought I was supposed to get the car key. I thought it was my turn. It was my turn to drive. He just got here. Why he get to drive the car? That was you. Pulling up. You really be telling these people that we fighting over girls. Listen to how you sound, nigga. Y'all couldn't control me in the locker room at one point. Well, not you. Eton, what you think was happening in them streets? You over here yapping about women and stuff. You was a backseat nigga, man. You was a bench warmer. You was a set of screen nigga. You telling these people that you have an important meeting with the owner, well, not the owner, the general manager, coaching and all that, and you talking about you got my women at your house and you scored motherfucking 4 minutes. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
What do you know?
You think they was going to a nigga who played 4 minutes, scored 0? They wanted to party. Shut up.
Comment about everything else.
I thought that was kind of common knowledge by this point that everybody knew that Ernie Ruff don't let him do whatever he wanted to. I thought everybody did.
Everybody knew.
No, he tell these people I'm just jealous of him and his great career and all this other stuff. And I'm like, yo, you were a jackass. Like, you could have been so much better in this league. Like, literally, if a word bust was there, it probably is you. So to have that much talent and go second round because you didn't want to work out in pre-draft camp and you said something as stupid as you want to be an international.
Do you see how everything he says about me has nothing to do directly with him? He tells you all about me for this little painted narrative, but it never has anything to really do with him directly.
Pimp, that dropped you to the second round.
He's saying I'm a pimp, got dropped to the, what that got to do with you? Why do I care about me being a pimp and I go to the second round and still made more money than you? I think that pissed you off. The nigga who wanted to be a pimp, the nigga who wanted to be a clown, came to my team and took it over. That seems like that would piss you off, not me. That seems like that would make me feel better. The number one pick you the number one pick, you gotta set screens for me.
But you want to tell the story as if you're this guy who was a second round draft pick and just played his way into a position. No, you actually were a first round pick who fumbled the bag and ended up a second round pick. And then your behavior, putting your swaggy P on top of cars, driving them through the drive-through, doing all this stupid shit.
Those stories you just heard never was a part of.
Your house with the rookies, playing games all the time, showing up late, tearing
everything he's talking about has nothing to do with him.
Tearing your knee up and then bringing guns to the locker room.
Again, nothing that he experienced as a teammate.
That's the story of a bust. And then you go get it to Orlando and your behavior sucks so bad, they sent you home. They amnestied. So I don't know why this guy.
I just got off in trouble. I was a clean boy, never said nothing in Orlando.
Gives his opinion on basketball as if he was some basketball savant. He don't even want to play on the other end of the court. I remember when Eddie Jordan brought me in the office, he said, I know you've been through a lot. What are some of the things that I could do to help you make this game easier? I said, it would be good for you to challenge Gilbert Arenas to get up and into the pick and roll because we are weak at the point of attack on defense. And it's making our bigs have to do too much work. And
so you, a bench nigga who just came back that's fighting for minutes, you walked into Eddie Jordan's office with the little time you had talking about what we should do on defense in 2005 when we had probably one of the better defensive teams of my career. Larry Hughes averaged three steals. I think I was third and fourth in steals on that team. We had shut up. Trying to pretend that you had some saying shit. Nigga, you didn't say nothing. You didn't have no mean with nothing.
And he went and said that, and he tried to talk to Ernie Grunfeld about it. Ernie Grunfeld took from that like, oh, he don't want to work. And I'm like, wow, this is some crazy shit. You can't. They ask you a question, and it's your fault.
Well, you got to understand also with Ernie, everything was anybody else's fault, and he was supposed to do like what would make it easier for Gilbert. That was Ernie's position. So like if I remember one time him telling me, I guess Gilbert got beat. So you know, like how Eddie Jordan liked for the 5 man on the opposite side to come all the way over and help side if that person gets beat baseline.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Mhm.
So that's what
You remember that? Because you was the 4 man, or was you the 5 man?
he wanted the 5 man to do that. You know what I mean? So I remember Brendan being like, well, that's not my rotation. And I was like, well, I'm sitting there thinking, like, well, that wasn't a rotation under Doug Collins. Doug Collins not here no more. So Eddie Jordan, what's this? So I'm like, okay, I'm going to do it Eddie Jordan. Now, the way that Coach Jordan wanted me to do it would get me dunked on because I'm late on the rotation. I can't come all the way, but that's what he wanted, right?
Yeah.
But it was really because when Gilbert would have the man on the corner on the switch out or whatever, and the person would blow by him, it wasn't.
You say, hold on, you saying somebody blowing by somebody that gets 60 million?
Well, whoever is on that court, not just Gilbert, whoever is there. But they wanted the 5 man. I'm to your point, what you're saying, that was putting too much pressure on the 5 man. They wanted the 5 man to come over and help when that person gets beat baseline, whoever that person is.
And I just didn't understand why he got offended. He asked me a legit question.
Man, listen, I'm confused. What are you niggas complaining about? Because y'all was defensive niggas? Like, do your job. Do your job. God damn. I don't hear Draymond Green talking about Steph Curry in the defense. He doing his job. If your coach tell you to bring your ass all the way over and stop somebody, God damn it, do it. What are we talking here? I'm confused. Do y'all want to get paid or not? I guarantee if I get blown by and you stop him, you look like motherfucking Superman. Do your job.
And I told it from my vantage point. But I guess I had a label of a bust, so I guess they felt I didn't know basketball, but I told them.
No, it wasn't personal to you. It was just protective of Gilbert.
Okay.
So anything that was, so even when Coach Jordan said that we need to play defense more, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he talked about how Ernie Grunfeld was like, well, Gilbert is always scoring. He needs to be focused on scoring. He was like, yeah, but you said you wanted us to play defense.
You heard listen, the coach talking about Gil played better defense. The general manager say, nigga, just focus on scoring. I'm doing my job. You see the problem here? I'm doing my job to the best of my ability. Coach is telling me to do this. The nigga above him is saying, I need you to focus on scoring. Let them sorry niggas play defense. And they mad I'm out here doing what I'm doing better. Huh? I'm trying to figure out what the problem is. These niggas whining about doing a job.
It's directed like towards Gilbert, then it's okay, no, he's doing just fine, leave him alone.
So wait a minute. You mean to tell me the National Basketball Association, where we have the greatest players on earth, and we're supposed to be able to go to a park and we're supposed to just dominate people? How are we going to be able to hold that type of credibility if we're telling players they only have to play one end of the court?
That's Ernie Grunfeld. But that's my point of where.
But see, wait a minute now, Eton. I think there's a lot of point guards in the league. Like,
that's including the defense.
Right.
Kevin Thompson is
gracious. Hey, yo, bro, I swear to God, I said that in the little meeting. He only want to talk about one meeting. I said that. I said, man, we could be winning these games, but y'all won't tell this man to play defense. This shit is crazy.
When'd you say that? Because we was winning games, nigga. We made it to the playoffs. What are you talking about? We made it to the playoffs. The whole city was on fire. We could be winning these games. Do you not know you started 14 games, played half of the season? What are you talking about? We could be winning what games? What games are you talking about? We won. We was winning. We was on fire. What are you talking about? What games are you speaking of?
Yeah, but that was coming straight from Ernie Grunfeld, though. That was the problem. That's why I said I blamed Ernie Grunfeld for a lot.
See, Eton is talking about 08 and on until I left. Kwame's trying to pretend he was a part of this.
And I don't know what his thing was with Gilbert. It was just like, you could have, I don't know. If I feel that if he would have set some boundaries for Gilbert, right, and told him no sometimes, I think that would have been better for Gilbert. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just tell somebody they can do whatever they want to do. Like, that's not even good. Like, I wouldn't tell anybody that.
Hey, true. That was a true statement. You can't tell everybody that they can do whatever they want to do because some niggas just go overboard. Okay? So he's correct. You can't just give power to everybody. I'm 24, 5 years old. You just can't give it to me like that. You just, with no rules and no restrictions, just just, hey, just here's the black card. Have fun. Do I have a limit? No. Okay. Now they complaining I'm buying all the shit I want to buy.
I would tell my dog that. I have a dog. I wouldn't tell my dog to do whatever. There's certain rules that dog can't do and certain things that he can do, right?
Right. And allegedly, every time they call Ernie Grunfeld, he telling them, I quit on the team. I'm this. I'm a drunk. Because
that was my problem with Ernie Grunfeld, was them talking back. And because I heard Eric, so I got into it with Eric. And Eric always tells the story of me, saying whatever, putting hands on whatever, but he don't ever tell what happened before that.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how Eric Waters would talk real like grimy about players, and I'd be like, hold up.
Yeah.
How you talk around them?
He a little snitch. He was a little locker room snitch.
Oh, he definitely was a snitch. But he used to talk like he was like, you know what I mean? Like you're a player. Like, dog, you just supposed to take angles.
Yeah, that's what they hired him to do. That's why he talked like that.
Yeah, I like that.
I tell Ernie Grunfeld, I tell all of them, y'all not holding this guy accountable to be like asking me, what can we do to break him? He just lay into the screen, don't got to do nothing. While he can find where all we do is watch the stat sheet. When the stat sheet don't tell you that this guy is on your team.
Quit, because I never hear him say you quit.
He just, I got Gilbert said I quit. It's a video that I can play it right now that Gilbert said I quit.
Yeah, Coach said you quit. Also, you said, he said they asked you, did you want to play? You said no. That's quitting.
So,
obviously you didn't play any more of that series. So what the fuck does that mean? You quit, stupid.
I quit. Like,
exactly.
I don't know I was like, to Coach Jordan. I was like, remember me and you was going back and forth about this.
Fact.
I want to get
I tell Ernie Grunfeld, and then next thing you know, Gilbert say I quit the team. With all that being said, I don't look at the Washington Wizards as a team. If one player gets to do whatever they want.
We were a team. We were a team. The one player that did what he wanted was actually you. You was that player that was on the out. You didn't have fun. You wasn't a part of us. You didn't have this connection. Me, Antoine, Jameson, it was the Golden State Warriors that came back together and we was balling. Two of us was all-stars. Larry broke his thumb, came back, but he was balling. So his stock was high. Your stock was low.
And then it's rules for him.
And drop just one level. And then they're going to get all strict with them and stuff like that. But he'll be in the gym by himself. Everybody didn't do it like that.
So, right. So what paint while our guard is going downhill
back to where it was, back in the day. The flop up thing where they throw their head back and act like they got hit. It's different now. It's all
so good at angles. And they got a big
right there, and and MJ was right there. And I told him, I was like, yeah, there's a lot of snow. The traffic was bad, and that's why 100%. Yes, 100%.
Story of Bronny James, and so
they're doing the same thing.
Imagine the shock that I went through, from MJ's standpoint. And so even though I do think one of his teammates should have spoke up and said, Gil, when you said you're going to put a pistol to Kwame's throat, I don't hear him saying anything about you that way. You done got in trouble for guns already.
I will say, I haven't been following when y'all was going back and forth.
Right.
I wasn't following.
Well, he said that.
Now, okay, let me, you see how I'm painted as this bad locker room guy? Now, and this is why I said, Eton, you might not like me after this. See, when you guys was doing all this talking, I did all this research and stuff. Oh, before I get to that, I asked. So when these two was going back and forth, Eddie Jordan, and I'm sitting here like, hey, why are you not asking this question? Well, you should ask, what was Kwame actually mad about in that meeting y'all had? Because the evidence that I'm looking at through all these articles and talking to some of the reporters, being mad at me for game 3 wasn't a thing. So I asked the general manager who was in the meeting. I said, good morning. I just listened to Eton and Eddie talk about Kwame and me in the game 3. Kwame claimed he missed practice because I had him benched and he was going to slap me. Eddie said I didn't have him benched. I looked at articles back in 2005 and there was no mention of Kwame was mad at me having him benched. When y'all was in the meeting talking to him about coming back, what were his actual reasonings for missing practice and not showing up? He was pissed about being benched and not getting the ball like Eton Thomas. He showed no remorse, so we decided to suspend him. How are you doing? So, in real time, you was mad that your boy had 20 points. Because it didn't make sense that everybody's enjoying the game and we're enjoying winning, the win, and you over there pissed off. And the only person that game changed was Eton. He had 20 points and you was mad. And in that meeting, that was what you complained about. Had nothing to do with me telling coach, obviously we know you lied because you changed it 6 times already, that you're in my way. You was mad that you didn't get the ball like Eton and Eton had 20 points that game. Now, we're going to go back to Mr. Eton Thomas. Now, you guys painted this nice little picture. I'm loving it. I'm loving the picture. It was great. It's great. It's great. But I got questions. And I'm thinking that they're valid questions. Saved stories. Okay. Now, my question to you is, hold on, let me see. Let me make sure, let me hit that. Let me make sure I can get it back. I want to make sure that, okay, Eton, I'm pretty, because you gloss over this like it just wasn't a thing. Now, Eton, this says February 10th, 2007, Wizards suspend Thomas for fight. Uh-oh. So wait a minute. There's only 2 people that's ever been suspended for fights. And the 2 people that's been suspended for fights is the 2 niggas that's having a conversation about another nigga's behavior in the locker room. Ironic. Now, can we read these articles, 2007? See, this is where you niggas is fucked up. Because you see that shit on the side? I don't know. It has my name. It says No Chill Gil. That means a reporter put me on to these articles. I paid my money to be a member to get this information. Oh yeah, this is where we find out who was fucking who back then. Now, Mr. I love my teammates. Oh, let's go. Washington Wizards centers Brendan Haywood and Eton Thomas was involved in a fight during practice yesterday, marking at least the 3rd time over the past 2 seasons. Wait a minute. You niggas fought 3 times. You tell us that niggas fighting in the locker room ain't bad behavior? Okay, let's go. Lastly, the team suspended Thomas for 2 games for conduct detrimental to the team. Haywood and Thomas, who have been sharing a starting role in minutes all season, also clashed following practice November 2nd. November 2nd? And Haywood was benched 1 game for throwing a punch during practice. Wait a minute. November 2nd? Hold on, Eton. Because we need to see what bad behavior in the locker room sounds like. Because sounds like I'm not the only one with bad behavior here. Now, let's see. November 2nd, which would have been 2006. So we went to the playoffs 2 years ago. That means we loaded up. We loaded up to take on LeBron James and them again. We are supposed to be a dominant team. A dominant team coming to this next season. Now let's see what a great leader did. Our first game was November 1st against Cleveland. Wow, wait a minute, nigga. November 1st is our first game against the season, and following practice, November 2nd, you are fighting? What? What type of leadership is this? What was the reason here? According to sources with knowledge of the incident, yesterday fight interrupted otherwise practice. No. Wait a minute. So we can see why the fight after game one of the new season that we're supposed to have expectations on. According to team, Thomas was warned after November 2nd fight. Warned. Hold on. We need to be accountable here. You're telling me that you, after game one loss, came into the locker room and had a fight, and all you got was a warning? What? A warning? You can punch niggas and get a warning? Wow, what kind of fucking leadership is this? You must have had some protection up top from who? Ernie Grunfeld? Oh, so Ernie Grunfeld didn't what? Punish you either. Let's see what Ernie said. According to the source, that he'll be suspended if it happened again. If it happened again, you will get suspended. Okay. When told about the detailed knowledge, it had provided his version. The entire situation doesn't make sense. Okay, so let me give you what happened after game one. Eton Thomas read in the article that Brendan Haywood's agent said, his agent, not him, his agent said that Eton did not deserve the starting position. Coach gave it to him. Eton came into the locker room, walked straight to Brendan. Now, the funny part is, me, Deshaun Stevenson, Antonio Daniels sitting here, we over here chilling, talking about, because some shit popped off up in Cleveland. You know, niggas went to the strip club, shit like that. They giving us all the good details. So I'm like, damn, why y'all done hit me up? You know what I mean? Damn, you know what I mean? So we having our look. We see Eton come across. Now, the reason we locked eyes on Eton, because Eton's never came across our locker room like that. He comes in, his locker room straight. So he's coming V-lining, because, we like, what, huh? And he goes to Brendan Haywood and says, so you don't think I deserved my starting position? Which the answer is no, you didn't. And backstory, Eton, if you must know, we all knew Brendan wasn't starting that season. Harvey Grant told Brendan during training camp that the plan inside the office was to remove Brendan as a starter and start you. No matter what happened in training camp. See, what happened was, here's more backstory. Eddie Jordan just signed his extension. Now, Eddie might not know this. Ernie Grunfeld came to me and said, we're thinking about extending Eddie Jordan. How do you feel about it? Hell yeah. What the fuck? I just averaged 29 points. Hell yeah. Sign his ass up. What are we talking about? So they extend him. I get a call from Brendan. Damn, nigga, we almost had that nigga out. Why you vouched for? Nigga, let me do whatever I want to on that court. The whole offense is me. Why would I fuck that up? So I vouched for him. So after he signed that deal in the locker room, Brendan walks past Eddie's office and said, hey, congratulations about your contract. This is before training camp. Congratulations about your contract. You're going to be here for a long time. I'm going to be for a long time. We should put our differences away. See, up until then, Brendan was the starting center for 03, 04. Oh, he's been the starter the whole time. This is 06, 07. Now that Eddie Jordan got his deal, now he has swagger. He has power. Now he wants to unleash it. So he decided, fuck Brendan Haywood. I don't like him individually, and I want to start Eton. In training camp, Brendan Haywood outplayed Eton. First 4 games, Brendan outplayed Eton. Eton played very great in the last 3. They had a meeting, Eton, Brendan, and Ernie, and the conversation was about who's going to start. But Brendan already knows that he's being subbed out. So he's saying, how can I win 66% of this matchup, but you're going to start him? That's weird. Coach decides to have a meeting with me, Antoine, and Antonio Daniels, and he said, hey, we're thinking about starting Eton. How do y'all feel? Whoa. Hey, and I was logical. I said, okay, hold on, coach. If you start Eton, Eton's going to be Eton. If you bring Eton off the bench, Eton is going to be Eton. So you lose nothing with Eton starting or playing. But if you bring Brendan off the bench, we might lose lose Brendan. We all voted Brendan starts. We were a better all-around team if Brendan starts. If Eton started, yeah, we play better offensively because he has different attributes. But our bench gets weaker because we didn't think Brendan coming off the bench after being started for 4 years would be a great asset. He pulled the trump card anyway and said, I'll give a fuck what y'all think. I'm the coach. I'm starting Eton. So obviously, Brendan Haywood's agent had something to say about that. Eton decides he's going to address Brendan about what his agent said. He said, your agent is a representation of you. Now, Brendan is tea time right now, meaning he got a sweater on, no pants, just boxers, because he's in the middle of taking his shit off when Eton walked up to him. Karan screamed out, nigga, ain't shit gonna happen, right? We thought the same thing. All of a sudden, Brendan stands up and said, man, my agent said that. And then Brendan then said, man, you need to go ahead with that bullshit. And then all of a sudden, Eton punches him. Our leader of our team, the captain of the team, the starting center of the team, punches the backup now because of what the agent said. A fight breaks out, hair got pulled, nigga got body slammed, uppercuts happened. Let's just say the nigga who didn't supposed to win won this fight. Round 1 went to him. And he only got a warning for this, people. Now, they said there was 3 fights, which means a second fight happened and the nigga got another warning for it. Now you're telling me, God damn it, y'all. You can fight in this locker room and get 2 warnings, and these niggas is talking about me being late. You're talking about how bad a locker room was. Do you think we wanted to be in a locker room every time this nigga walked in? Like, come on. Like, let's be honest. Think about the rest of us is little, right? Do you think we wanted to be in a locker room anytime Eton or Brendan was in there? We never knew what was going to happen. When we're practicing, do you think we was comfortable with practice knowing that something might happen, a swing, and then because in a practice, the reason Eton got suspended, let's hear it. So this is the third time in 2 seasons. Okay, following practice. So the only reason he got suspended, according to one source acknowledged of the incident, yesterday's fight interrupted and otherwise normal practice occurred in front of members of the front office. So Ernie Grunfeld and all of them was in practice at this time. They was fighting for position, and what ended up happening is Brendan rebounds like this, and Eton tried to get under, got hit in the face. So we go down to the other court. Eton is down there. Nothing usually, we don't know what is wrong with Eton. Eton comes up all cool, collected, right? When Brendan sensed danger, he puts his dukes up. So Brendan doesn't put his dukes up. Nobody does nothing. Eton's walking back casually. All of a sudden, Eton swings and hits Brendan. Brendan backs up, bing, bing, right? And then everybody, oh shit, breaks it up. And then Eton, then Brendan, basically says, nigga, every time you run, he said, nigga, I'm 3-0. Every time you run up, 1-2, bing, bing. That was the tagline. So the fact that the general manager seen this in real time, they suspended him for 2 games. So someone judging. Now, this is when we were supposed to be good. Now, that season with this turmoil, as Eton the starter, we was 8-9. 8-9 as Eton. No. I'm sorry. Hold on. As Eton as the starter, I have what the record was as Eton being the starter. Oh, we were, even though we all voted no, we was 9-10 with Eton as the starter. We were struggling. We was not playing well. Eton goes down. Brendan has to start now. With Brendan as the starter, we then go 29-13. We was playing so well that Eddie Jordan, think about it, our season started off 9-10. Brendan started, we was playing so well that Eddie Jordan was the coach of the All-Star game, y'all. We was balling. Eddie Jordan, think about what I'm saying. We started off 9-10, played so well when Eton was done. He's not playing cool. We went 29-13. We was the hottest team in the NBA. And then when Eton came back, went back to shit. Because obviously, once Eddie Jordan got his guy back that he wanted, what do you think he started doing? Fucking with the lineup again. Fucking with the lineup again. He made a comment that said that I didn't score. I scored 9 points against Portland. Well, I mean, they got the dates wrong, right? We played Lakers, Denver, Sacramento, and then San Antonio. Then what's the name? We didn't play Portland till month later. Now, Coach said, Gilbert blamed me for scoring 9 points. Yes, I did, nigga. I didn't blame you because we focused on defense. I blamed you because 11 niggas got subbed in the fucking first quarter. You started doing the bullshit. You didn't do the shit that made us successful. Successful. We played 8 to 9 people. We knew our lineup. Everybody played well. You decided when everybody got back together, you was going to start fucking with Brendan again. We start fucking with our lineup. We started fucking with everybody else. We started not winning again. Dropping 3, dropping 4, dropping this, dropping that. That's where my statement came from. That's how I ended up getting injured. Now listen to me, people. You tell me who is the real problem here when we were supposed to get, you got one nigga that's fighting. You got one coach who's blaming, who decided he want his personal vengeance on a team or on a player. Now, let me tell you, I just gave y'all Brendan Haywood's record as a starter. And we're going to go to Brendan Haywood and tell you what it looked like towards the end of that season. So when Eton gets back, Brendan Haywood time, 11 minutes, 12 minutes, didn't play. Right? So 17 minutes, 18 minutes, 21 minutes, 11 minutes, 12 minutes. And then we play in Milwaukee. He starts Eton like he's been starting him again. He plays Calvin Booth instead of Brendan Haywood. Calvin Booth instead of Brendan Haywood. We're 10, 11 games before the fucking season started. So you can see how someone like me is upset because we all are upset. So he didn't play against Milwaukee. We go to Charlotte. Now, Raymond Felton is doing pick and rolls, rocking the shit out of us. I'm frustrated him up. Hey, I don't like this sag shit. You know, I got to go over, and he's coming, hitting his shot. Then he's doing this up and under. Eton is living his feet. We need Brendan back there to play defense. Brendan played 9 minutes. I mean, I had 33, but that's neither here nor there. Eton played 27. Eton had 17 and 14. He had a great game. Now, me, just like Ja did with his coach, upset. I, against Charlotte, locker room said, yo, why are we fucking with our lineup? We're trying to get ready for fucking playoffs. We're trying to position ourselves. And we're still fucking with the lineup, dog. This is not how we became successful. This is not how you became the coach of the All-Star game. Can we just play the way we've been playing all season long? He goes back. Don't tell me how to coach. This is the first time we ever really got into it. Don't tell me how to coach. I don't tell you how to play. Love it that. Now, we have Charlotte on a back-to-back. Back-to-back, Charlotte. We go to Charlotte. I mean, we're in Charlotte. We go home. Usually on back-to-back games, we have practice at 5 o'clock. I usually come late. I come at 5:30 on the dot. Antonio Daniels usually tells me to run down. So to this day, I was like, you know what? Let me just show up, man. Shit's getting rocky. We're not playing well. Let me come early. I'm there about 4:50. I have my clothes on. 5 o'clock, bring it in, practice. I sit on the side because I don't do that shoot around. Okay. So I'm thinking, same shit as yesterday, huh? We're about to get killed again, right? Go up to the locker room. We do our shit. We're good. Right before the game starts, there's no names on the board. Deshaun Stevens says, hey, are we going with the lineup that you told us when we had our meeting? So I'm at 4:50, like, meeting? What meeting? Like, he's like, oh, yeah. So we started putting, shit up there. He said, Antonio Daniels, Deshaun Stevenson, Antoine Caron. Oh, hell no. I'm out. I'm not doing this shit, man. Hey, y'all can do all this kitty basketball shit we doing. Like, the fuck am I getting subbed out for our argument yesterday? He was like, Deshaun's like, nah, man, look, he thought you was going to be late. So he said he is going to take you out of the starting lineup because you're late. Because you know you usually come at 5:30, but you wasn't late. I was just trying to see if you was still starting. So he pre-planned that I'm late, but I'm not late. So what the fuck? But I was like, all right, man, y'all go out there and y'all have good, cool. I'm going home, right? They find out I'm going home. Tommy Shepard came in. I was like, nah, Tommy, we're trying to go to the playoffs, man. You got this nigga over here with his personal vengeance. Fuck all that. I'll be at the crib, all right? Karan comes to me and said, come on, nah, dog, listen, this ain't about him. This is about us. This is about us. Just do it for me. I said, you're right, dog. All right, bet. Put my clothes on, go out there. I come subbed in. I go out there. I get hurt. Boom. Get hurt. Antonio Daniels goes out there, ball out. They win the game. I get a call from Deshaun Stevenson. He's like, man, how you feeling, dog? Like, man, shit fucked up, but shit, good win. Shit crazy, right? You know what I mean? Like, shit crazy, man, but good win, man. That was good shit, man. And he was like, man, I don't want to say this shit, man, but we had a meeting after you left. I said, another meeting? He's like, yeah, man. Coach basically said he's glad you got hurt so he can show the world he can coach. That's when me and Eddie had a falling out. That you was glad I got hurt to prove you can coach? Because there was an article that was written that said, is Eddie Jordan the reason they're winning, or is it Gilbert Arenas hitting shots? And they challenged his coaching, which, nigga, if you giving it to your best player and he's shooting shots, okay, cool. The fuck you care for? But he thought that me getting hurt can show that he can coach. They made it to the playoffs. They went to the playoffs the next year. But me and him, our relationship, I wanted no parts of it. And that's when my behavior started. That's when you couldn't tell me shit. So if you want to put a date on it, it was the date after I found out that my coach was happy that I got hurt so he can prove to the reporters that he can coach. That's when Dickhead Gilbert was created. The 06-07. April 5th. April 4th, when I got hurt, that's when I found out. Okay, now let's move on. Kwame Brown. Now you're up. You are on the guillotine right now. Kwame Brown, we are about to show who you was. Now, I wrote it down in order so we can go, because these people need to know who you are. Okay, May 4th. May 4th, the title is Wizards suspend Kwame Brown. Okay, Wizards suspend Kwame Brown. Nope, that's Eton. Bam. Okay. Come on, Kwame. See, I had to go to the archives on you, boy. May 4th, 2005. See, you can't say I'm lying on you. This is written in paper. This is archives, nigga. On the eve of the franchise's most important game in decades, the Washington Wizards suspend center Kwame Brown for the rest of the season yesterday. The move likely signaled the end of a stormy 4-year tenure in Washington. Okay? Blah, 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 blah. But his career has been marked more by controversy than acclaim. Wizards head coach Jordan, president basketball, met with Brown yesterday, said afterward, forced two sides mutually agreed they were better off without each other. We had some conversation about 10, 15 minutes, and we deliberated on that. I think we're all in agreement that this is best course of action for everyone. Okay, we had differences. We are going to do things a certain way, and these players are committed to that, and those are the type of players we want around us. Wait a minute, Kwame. We were committed to winning, and they didn't want whoever you was around us. Okay. The Wizards, Chicago Bulls are tied 2-2. So that means we had the game 3 without you and the game 4, and nobody wrote nothing bad about you because they didn't know what was going on with you. Rather than being bogged down by the weight of the weight of a 7-foot mouth content. I had to look that shit. I had to chat GPT that word because that word is bigger than me. Okay. I had to write this word down to see what it said. And this is what it said, Kwame. It said, deeply dissatisfied. You are a deeply dissatisfied person. That's this name, that a 7-foot dissatisfied person. Who just boarded a flight. We boarded a flight without you. Who averaged just 5 points and 5 rebounds in the first 3 games. Nigga, I thought you was balling in the playoffs. 5 points, 5 rebounds. See, didn't you say, you said Tyson Chandler averaged 5 and 5. Nigga, it was you that averaged 5 and 5. How are you giving somebody else your stats? You averaged 5 and 5, not Tyson Chandler. You averaged 5 and 5 in the playoffs. Brown 23 played a season low 4 minutes in game 3 of the series, a 117-99 victory on Saturday, and was excused from practice on Sunday after informing the team that he had a stomach ache. So you had a tummy ache. So wait, so right now you didn't. So by game 4, which you didn't come to practice, nor did you play game 3 or game 4. Your excuse right now is you had a tummy ache. Your tummy hurts. So you said you were sick. Okay. He had a stomach virus. Brown also did not attend the morning shoot-around in game 4 at the MCI Center on Monday because of an illness. Team officials said the Wizards won that game 106-99. So for game 3, practice, and game 4, the excuse was you were sick. Okay. Although Grumford said Brown is still a part of this organization, the incident seemed to foreshadow the end of Brown's time with the team. Okay. Brown averaged 7.7 points and 5.5 rebounds in his 4th season. Showed flashes of talent, but his efforts were overshadowed by several clashes with Michael Jordan and former Doug Collins. During his first 2 years, a series of all-season mishaps, including a charge of DUI. You know what? I don't care about that. I'm not gonna read why you did that. Okay? Eddie Jordan, Wizards coach, suspended Brown for 1 game earlier in the season. Wait a minute, Kwame. You also got suspended earlier this season? Wait, no, not you, not Mr. I'm good for the locker room guy. So wait a minute. 2 years after you leave, Eton gets suspended for fighting in the locker room. Then it says during this season, while everybody's enjoying themselves winning, you had to be suspended for a game earlier this season after the 2 clashed on the bench. In another game, Brown and a teammate. So Brendan engaged in a shot-in match. Wait. Hold on. You got suspended twice this season. 3 times this season. The first time you got suspended is you and Eddie Jordan on the court. Obviously, it was about your defense that you all claimed for. You and Eddie Jordan got mad. He talked about your defense. You said something, stormed off like a little bitch, and you got suspended for 1 game. Another game, Brown and teammate Brendan Haywood engaged in a shouting match near the bench. Now, I asked Brendan about this. Brendan said, I said, why'd you guys get in this little tussle here? Or a little arguing match? Brendan wrote, I said, when you guys almost got in a fight, what was that over on the bench? He said, pick and roll rotations during the Clippers game. So Kwame Brown messed up a rotation. Brendan Haywood said something to him. He got in his feelings, and they were supposed to fight. Now, this actually was supposed to be a fight in the locker room. But what ended up happening is, during the same game, Brendan broke his thumb, so nothing happened because he had to be rushed to the hospital to fix his thumb, so they never got in that fight. But that was supposed to happen this season. So this nigga got in, you see, there's a lot of shit going on with this Brown this season. Team official refused to go beyond the statement attempted Brown or his agent Arn Tellum were unsuccessful. So they tried to reach out to Kwame or his agent, no comments. Although some of the Wizards players seem relieved to have the Brown issue resolved, those teammates who spoke publicly expressed their support. I love Kwame Brown to death like a little brother, and hopefully he'll get things situated, said forwards Antoine Jameson, who shared the same agent with Brown. There's nothing negative I can say about the guy. Eton, you know, I'm the closest with him. I know how hard he worked, how much he wants to do well, how much he wants to be successful, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. This is the most important part of this article. Wizards official said throughout the weekend that Brown was suffering from a stomach ache. Guard Gilbert Arenas said he visited Brown's house. Kwame Brown, can you please explain something to me, bitch? Now I want to be disrespectful. You said you got so angry that you wanted to kill me. You wanted to come to my house. The paper says, you're a fucking liar. Wizards officials throughout the weekend that Brown was suffering from a stomachache. Guard Gilbert Arenas said he visited Brown's house Monday after Brown missed practice. He missed practice, and I showed up to the house to check on my boy to see if he was all right. We got word that his tummy was hurting. Because I live on the same street as Kwame, left practice, came to his house when he missed practice to check up on him. And I said he was lying in bed. He said he had some bad food. Bitch, where's the party? Where's the girls? Where's the hoes? Where's my hoes at, Kwame? Because what I seen with my two little eyes, you was in bed like a little bitch, holding your tummy. And I reported back. Okay, I lied. I didn't come in the house. You came outside and said you was hurting, had some bad food. He was throwing up. I said, listen to the lie I'm telling these people. I'm telling the media that his stomach hurt, he was throwing up. I seen it with my own eyes. But some wizards privately expressed doubts about the extent of his, so they thought he was lying. But the only reason that they had to believe it is because I'm the one that publicly said that I seen the nigga throwing up. I seen him throwing up. So you have to take my word because I went over there. Now, here we go. Here we go, Brown. Brown. A source close to Brown who spoke condition on, and nobody, I don't know who this is. This could be anybody, said that Brown indeed was ill. He also was frustrated that he wasn't involved in the Wizards' victory on Saturday. What? When teammates Haywood, Thomas, and Michael Ruffin were beneficiaries of passes that Brown often gripped, he was denied when he was in the game. Nigga, it's in the paper in real time. You was upset, you was frustrated that you did not get the ball like they did, and they were successful in it. They had a great game. You had a tummy ache and didn't want to be a part of the team no more. Right here in print work. The date is May 4th, 2005. Right here. He was mad, frustrated that he didn't get the ball like Haywood, Thompson, and Michael Ruffin. When asked if playing time was an issue that Brown brought up in the meeting, that Brown brought up in the meeting, Grunfeld said everybody likes to play as much as they can, but I'm not going to get into this. There were no ongoing issues. This was something that happened recently, and it's something that we addressed it, and it was something that we talked about. We felt was necessary for the benefit of the team and for Kwame. Kwame's looking forward, blah, blah, blah. Let me see what else. There was something good here. Here's a matter rather than keep Brown and let him be seen as Michael Jordan's mistake, rather than that, he was happy to be gone. Now, I want you to hear something here. Brown sent out the first warning shot, signs that he wanted a clean break after the Wizards lost in New Jersey. April 19th. This is before playoffs. April 19th. Let's see what happened in April 19th. I mean, I know what happened in April 19th, but I want y'all to hear what happened April 19th. April 19th. We lost 109 to 101 to New Jersey. Kwame had 14 points off the bench, 14 and 18 off the bench. Brown sent out the first warning shot. The loss ensured that the Wizards wouldn't have home court advantage. He was happy we didn't have home court advantage. The loss ensured that the Wizards didn't have home court advantage. Brown viewed it as a positive, given the treatment he received at the MCI Center, where fans routinely booed him for his poor play. This was Kwame's Brown response. I'll play on the road any day of the week. Listen to what this nigga said. And I said this. He told coach he'll rather play on the road. This is Kwame. I'll play on the road any day of the week. Before hinting that the fans booed, influenced. So he hinted that the fans influenced Coach Eddie Jordan's decision to sit him on the bench during Wizard home games. So this man said in the paper that he will rather play at road. We're happy. I'm happy we're starting in Chicago, because when the crowd boos, coach pulls me out. When asked about Brown's comment at the time, Jordan looked irritated and said the fans didn't influence his coaching decision. Brown rejected a 4-year, $30 million contract offer from the Wizards October. So before this season started, they offered him money. He turned it down, which I would have too. This was the general manager. It's going to seriously affect him in free agency. Every GM will look at him and say he's not mature enough. It's been 4 years of that stuff. The official said Michael Jordan, Collins are gone. I'm sure he'll blame everyone else, but he didn't show up for game 4, a stomach virus. is no excuse missing something as serious as a playoff game. Unless you were in a hospital getting fluid, no other reason is good enough. Grunfeld said the team planned to match any offer, blah, blah, blah. We have the right to match. Okay. He said Jordan took a less approach to serious when asked how the suspension affects Brown's future with the organization. They said no matter Kwame Brown missed 2 practices in a playoff game with what was called a stomach alignment, but some in the organizations said privately they felt Brown was protesting his lack of playing time. Kwame, 2 practices you missed a game. The organization thinks you are protesting your playing time. Where was the slap on Gilbert Arenas? Why isn't that they thinking that you're going to hate, you're going to slap, and you're going to destroy the franchise guy because you was benched? Your comments that you said 6 months later. But in real time, nigga, you were protesting that Eton Thomas got your passes. You were mad Eton did what you wish you did in the playoffs because your contract was up. You was jealous of Eton and Michael Ruffin playing those minutes, and it pissed you off. And we was at home, and Eddie Jordan did exactly what he did all season long. When we played at home and they start booing your ass, because when you got in the game, you want to see, we can go to the fucking game. Let's see what happened when Kwame got in the game. Game 3. Let's see when Kwame Brown came in. Okay. Brendan Haywood, Gilbert Arenas, then balling. Eton comes in, dunk. Eton free throw. Michael Ruffin scores 2 layups. Eton, Antoine. Okay, Eton 2 points. Okay, Larry, no signs of Kwame Brown yet. So far, you're not in my way, nigga. You're not in my way. We up. You're not in my way. We up. 40-32. You're not in my way. 1, you're not in the game. Ooh, Eton dunk again. Eton dunk. 48-41. No signs of Kwame Brown. Kwame Brown at 3:43 in the second quarter enters the game. 49-45. Got a rebound. Kwame missed a 5-foot layup. They started booing. No, it doesn't say they started booing here. I'm just saying because I remember the game, they started booing when he missed this layup. And then the score ended 56-55. We were up 2. He never played another minute. So game 3, he wasn't in my way either. He didn't play long enough. Yes, I subscribe to this, y'all. I subscribe to get this. The reporter told me, you need to go back and listen and read. So I did. Here it is. Here it is. Kwame. There's more. There's more, Kwame. There's more. You know what I mean? You're going to get this work. We want you to beat facts. We don't want to hear nothing you got going on here. Let me see. Now, we got who's accountable. They got who's accountable for Kwame Brown. God damn. The articles that are written here. Just so y'all can see these. So y'all can see I'm not bullshitting with y'all. Yeah. Can y'all see this? Look at this. Wizards was being Thomas for a fight. Another fight. 2 absences from a workout led to Brown's suspension. What can Brown do for you? So long, Kwame Brown. Thanks for nothing. I just want to read one more thing, and then we're going to read that one. Who's accountable for Kwame Brown? Okay. Now, is this Tony Kornheiser? Kwame Brown. Andy Peterson kind of better. Hold on. They need to talk about how they came to hate Kwame Brown so much that they would rather lose him without him than win with him. Okay, how come? How did the number one become absolutely positively worthless? They need to talk about how they came to Keyshawn, this kid, to say him, you are a plague, get out. They called you a plague, nigga. Get out. A plague. Get out. The Wizards need to talk about it because 4 years ago and 3 years ago and even 2 years ago, they sold us very expensive tickets on the promise of how Kwame Brown was going to be the centerpiece of the reawakening of this franchise. Not this year, no. This year, it was Gilbert Arenas, Antoine Jameson. But still, whenever the Wizards spoke of Kwame, they continued to do with optimistic, growing terms. The Wizards never stopped selling Kwame Brown. But now, not even they are buying him. Perhaps Kwame was introduced. Okay, Kwame, marvel how mature, intelligent he was. Read this, hold on. So I want to see him discuss. So Kornheiser is basically saying, whose fault is this? We need to have a conversation. You guys are just not going to suspend this man. Don't tell us what's going on, and then y'all ship him out. Exactly why Wizards don't want to talk about what happened here. They don't want to further devalue Kwame. They didn't want to devalue him anymore. Because they needed to get off of this nigga. He's a poison. Product liability that people are hearing. Oh, y'all can't see this. Oh shit. Oh no, y'all gotta see this. Yeah, I don't want y'all to think I'm making this shit up. Right there, he's a poison liability. Okay. He was supposed to be another great high schooler, Jermaine O'Neal, Tracy McGrady, blah, blah, blah. Why did Kwame regress? Got worse. Okay. Eddie Jordan had him for 2 years. I want them to answer about whether Kwame was, as a former Wizards assistant coach, unable or unwilling to meet any demands. Practice demands, emotional demands. I have heard from former Wizards that Kwame regularly showed up late. Are y'all now listening? Open your ears. Who does this sound like? If you listen to Kwame Brown, who does this sound like here? Right here, they're explaining who Kwame was. Regularly late. He regularly showed up regularly late. He didn't listen to coach's advice. Want to know if that was true or whether it continued to be true. I want Wizards to answer questions about why Gilbert Arenas felt the need to cover up for Kwame's lie about that stomach flu. Why the nigga you fighting, wink, wink, is covering up. Nigga, I'm the reason they didn't turn on you. I'm the reason that you got 25 million because I put my fucking reputation on the line to say your stomach was hurting like you said. The people want to know. They want me to answer, why did I lie to them? When they found out your tummy wasn't hurting, you was a selfish ass bitch. Gilbert Arenas felt the need to cover up, lie about his stomach, and why even after Kwame was cut loose, Arenas still said anything he needs. So does this sound like a nigga who got threatened? Anything he needs, I'm going to be there. What is the temperament of the locker room for Kwame firing? How many players are behind Kwame? How many behind Grunford and Jordan? The Wizards owe all of us. They just want to move on. Nobody moves on without answering. Kwamites. Arenas went out of his way, even when the nigga was gone. Anything he needs, I'm gonna be there. Now, do you see why I was confused? Why that little whore of a man attacked me? Why I was so confused on what I did to him? What did I do to you? Does it make sense? Why? Because this is my last memory of this man. Me coming out, yo, if you need anything, I got you, man. Don't worry about it. I'll talk to, like, I'm going to bat for you. And this bitch made up a whole full lie about why he was mad, because he didn't want to clash with his best friend. Let me see something. Boom, here we go. So here we go. So there's another part of it right here. Point guard Gilbert on Tuesday had confirmed that Brown was sick, admitted last night that he merely been covering up for Brown. They was asking me, putting me to the pressure, because eventually they said Kwame was mad he didn't get the ball like Eton and them. This is what I said right here. You know I'm trying to be a good teammate, Marina said. It is hard when you think the world is against you. You feel that everything is against you. He knows, and I let him know that I'm behind him. Anything he needs, I'm going to be there. I'm not going to let a situation like this destroy his career. If I did, I'm not a good teammate. I'm not a good leader. This was my statement when they found out that he was mad he didn't get the ball. This is what I wrote. Listen to my words here, people. Now, do I sound like a man who was threatened? He was going to get slapped? Do you think these would be the words that are coming out of my mouth? I was a real friend to that bitch. I covered up for him. I saved whatever contract that he was going to negotiate if they got rid of him.
Thank you.
I covered up his bad behavior. Now, we got two triggering posts. So we can see how this went. Now, where is it at? My post, and okay, no harm, but he calls foul. No harm. Here we go. Now, we all got a sense of Kwame's tincture here. We see, we've got enough evidence to kind of paint a picture. Kwame was a jealous, bitter nigga that really nobody did anything wrong to. Didn't have a good year, got hurt, broke his hand, whatever. Didn't have a great playoff, quit on his team, got booed at home, didn't want to face the home crowd again because he got booed that night. Okay. October 1st, the reporter went to Kwame because Kwame didn't give no interviews. For the first time since a disappointing 4-year career, Washington Wizards ended, Kwame Brown has given his version of why he was suspended during the playoffs. Brown said he did not become ill after game 3. Duh. Washington's first round, as the Wizards reported at the time, but skipped practice for following day because he was so angry at teammate Gilbert Arenas, he feared he would have attacked the Wizards' high-scoring point guard. So when he gets away from us and he needs to figure out how to justify, I become the reason of this. And we already seen, I'm coming to his house, I'm lying for him. This is what he reported why he was with the Lakers. Listen to this nigga. Listen to how he sounds. From a period relaxed, he spoke from his new home, 3.6 million mansion, view of Malibu on a clear day in the famous Hollywood Brown. I'm optimistic towards the new season with this new team. You can see my house is bigger than my house I had in Washington. He said, you can see my team is better than my team in the Wizards. This is the best organization in the league. Damn. Well, we know how that ended. Oh, man. So Brown, so basically he's giving a story of what it, so now this is what happens. He goes, this whole thing stems from Gilbert telling them not to put me in the game. You see here people, it stems from me not putting him in the game. There's no, he's in my way now. See, in my way is new. Today, here, we know what he said during the playoffs. Now, when he goes to the Lakers, I didn't put him in the game. Now he's screaming, he was in my way. You see how this bitch just lies? He gave a whole interview and made up a whole bunch of shit that was just a lie. He didn't want to put no hands on nobody. Okay. I come to training camp. It's our training camp, and this is what I heard from a reporter about what Brown said all the way in LA. Arenas told Brown, Arenas denied his former teammates' version of this. That's the coach's decision. I'm not the coach. I'm not the GM. Arenas said, if he feels I have that much pull that I can pull him in and out of the game, then I guess he would blame me. If that was his excuse for missing practice to blame me, then I'm strong enough to take responsibility. But I've never told coach to put him or to pull him out of the game. Then here, training camp, I said, if I had that much power to do that, then I'm strong enough to take the responsibility. But I never told coach that. Jordan had to say, and whether he played Brown, that is not true. He said, when informed Brown's comments, I didn't make my decision based on what Brown thought Gilbert said. I've never heard Gilbert say that. The fact is, he didn't play is because somebody else was playing better, and he wasn't playing as well. I can't recall every minute, every decision I made in game 3, but certainly I made my decision based on how the game was going and how players was playing, not because somebody told me to. He relied on Eton, and so this is the first time somebody told that. You can hear my comments in real time. Now, so we know the first time he said this is when his ass ran to LA. He said I didn't put him in the game. Now today he's saying I said he was in my way. Nothing about an agent. Nothing about in his way. He said I told him not to put him in the game now because he's in my way. All reports says that was a lie. Now, let's see. So this article happened, and this was written by Michael Lee. Wilbon. Now, this is the most important piece of paper that y'all can hear. Wilbon had addressed this story. Kwame Brown, remember I asked you, I said, man, why are you attacking Stephen A. Smith? What'd you say? That's your daddy. That's your daddy, nigga. He attacked. He called me a bust. He attacked a high school kid, even though he never said nothing about you until 2007. Now, I found the article, Kwame Brown. You have some explaining to do. You need to tell, like I've been telling your chat, you're lying on Stephen A. Smith, and you use that to say, that's my daddy. July 15th, 2005. It is wrote, "So long, Kwame, thanks for nothing," by Michael Wilbon. The saddest thing of all is that Kwame Brown appears to be as clueless today as the day he arrived. It was okay to be a fool at 18, 19, fresh out of high school. The great majority of us were. But he's 23 now. He's a full-fledged bust. The first time bust was associated with Kwame Brown. Full-fledged bust. Who's talk tough on the way out. The nigga basically called you a whore. Who talk tough, you talk tough on the way out. Think about it. That means when you was here in real time, you didn't talk that tough talk. Even the paper saying it. When you was around us, you wasn't the big Geechee. You wasn't the big Geechee, Kwame. But when you left, you talked tough to the point where he got offended that he needed to lay it out. Full-fledged bust who tough talk on the way out of here makes it so easier to wave bye-bye without feeling a bit of remorse. The only thing he got partially right in his parting comments to the post Michael Lee the other night was, this is a re-erection. A re-erection is only necessary when you're dead. Damn. Ouchie! And yes, indeed, your career here was flatliner. Your career here was flatline in his best of times. In your best of times, he said he was flatlined at best, meaning your best games, nigga, you was dead. It was critical condition. And no matter what happens in LA, and stops beyond the career of Kwame Brown will always be a bust here. Bust again. They basically saying the optimism around the parts look at Brown and his hunky body and fret that he's going to go to the Lakers and become Jermaine O'Neal, really blossom the way Chris Webber did in Sacramento, Rasheed Wallace did in Portland. But there is so much evidence to suggest that Kwame will go to the Lakers and be a slacker he was here. Ha! Ha! Hey, Kwame, this aged very well. Yes, Christy. Wilbon came up with the word bust for Kwame Brown in 2005. Did you notice you can't find Stephen A. Smith ever saying it? He said bona fide scrub. So the man who labeled him a bust, called him a bust, said when he gets to the Lakers he's going to be a slacker. He didn't have no smoke for it. He didn't mention. He never mentioned him, ever. He never addressed the people he's mad at. He always tacked randoms. The kid who overslept practices or only halfway practice when he did show up. Well, goddamn, Kwame. You half practiced. You showed up when you want in practice, barely when you showed up. That's who you saying I was. This is who's saying you was. Who's correct? The paper or the nigga trying to rewrite his tincture? The hardworking Gilbert or who they are saying here? And always found someone to blame but himself. He's a bust. This is the third time he's called you a bust. Your channel is named because of this man, Bust Life. He named you, Bust. The nigga called you a bust. He wrote that he had the nerve to talk about his legacy. It's beyond laughable. Look, like it's laughable. Please, please, please. Let the July 20, this nigga's begging, yo. Please let the 22 transaction date get here in a hurry before Phil Jackson and Kobe Bryant get a close look at this lame, irresponsible kid and they rescind the trade. Nothing. Kwame Brown. How you talk about me, you would think that these are the articles that are written about me. You are talking about who you were, pretending that it was me. This nigga is writing, hurry up and get it over with before they take a look at this nigga and find out it's a lemon. And we're stuck with him. He's a lame. He called you in 05. He called you a lame, irresponsible kid. Legacy, raise your hand if you see Brown continuing the Laker legacy of Mikan, Wilt, Kareem, and so I guess he's mocking you, ho. Brown can't get out here fast enough. It's been apparent for a long time. The media members charged with responsibly covering up his career. They want you gone. They are happy. Get riddance. You are a lemon. Get on out of here. Hopefully someone else buy you. And we know what happened. You was a bust there too. They couldn't get you. They couldn't. Good riddance. We said good riddance. The Lakers and Stephen A. 3 years later said good riddance. LA should be happy to get rid of. Everybody's happy to get rid of Kwame Brown. Here we go. The number 1 pick in the draft to the media members, blah, blah, blah. But there were 2 years after Michael Jordan and him, 164 games, 2 more training camps, countless practices and field sessions. Look at the progress of Gilbert Arenas, who's also 23, has made in 4 years. Now you see why Kwame Brown hates me? Because they compare me with him and his age and my work ethic and my ball playing at the same age he is being, and they're looking at him like, why aren't you? You're the number 1 pick. Why aren't you scaling at the same time? You see how they're talking about me with good name. I have a good name. The bitch here doesn't. Amari Stoudemire has taken. Look at Dwayne Wade, still 23. There are plenty of 23-year-olds in the NBA who come to work like grown men every day. Brown ain't one of them. You're fat. You keep getting hurt. You're fighting. You're arguing. You're getting booed. The rest of the 23-year-olds, you're not coming to work like a grown man every day, claiming you was a grown man. I'm a grown man, still grown, but you couldn't come to work. Play hard, practice hard, none of it. 2005, Kwame, this is who you are. This is who you were. Only you tried so best to change your fucking career and image. I had to subscribe to the Washington Post to bring your ass back to reality, because the conversation you and Eton had, and it had to make me think, how come you two niggas aren't talking about or agreeing that you both heard that Kwame got benched because of me and told? All that made me think, wait, this is not the conversation they're supposed to be having. Can't get him out of bed on time, can't get to practice on time, if at all. Can't treat his coach with common respect. Kwame, look how they're talking about you. He can't treat his coach with common respect. The word bust doesn't even begin to describe what a stunning disappointment Brown has been. In half of his 4 years, Brown has been in his 20s, not in his teens. Yes, I blame the Wizards. Michael Jordan, I suppose, for drafting him ahead of Gasol, no less, and the club for not providing enough infrastructure for a small town kid dropped in a big city with no preparation. But beyond that, it is time somebody held this kid responsible. It's weird how what you're saying people should have did to me, they did to you back then. It's like you read all of this and then you pretend that was me and you were some high ride nigga. But it makes sense why you never got paid your wealth, why no one invested any money into you. He's an oversight bust. This is the 5th fucking time you got called a bust in one article. It's his own fault. Nobody here asked or expected him to be reasonable progress toward, hey, just be good enough. But he wasn't. He wasn't even capable Instead, what he became was a quitter. Quitter. Where did quitter come from? Quitter. Who had to be suspended in the playoffs. He was too scary. He was too sorry, no account to adopt a serious work ethic. Even though the team's best player, Arenas, is a workaholic and has done everything he can to include Brown, even included to go pick him up. Bitch! So Kwame Brown, before I came, Charles Oakley offered to pick you up and couldn't get him out of the bed. I was a workaholic. You said I came to practice at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I even, because we lived on the same street, I even at 23, the same age, the immature guy offered to pick you up. I will pick you up so you can come work with me at my hours. There was only one person supporting one person. And that was me supporting you while you was angry looking at the food that I was eating. And I did my best, tried to help your plate like I did everybody else. See, you played a song. Let me play the song for you. Now it all makes sense, right? Everybody. Everybody got paid. Does it make sense now? Everybody got paid. Everybody got paid. Everybody got paid. Larry got paid. He went signed the damn max. To this day, it was the most money Cleveland ever signed a free agent. Larry Hughes, who played with me. Steve Blake got more money. Jarrett got more money. Everybody got paid. Everybody got paid. By the way, if Brown thinks Kobe Bryant or Kobe and Jackson are going to hold his hand and whisper in his ear, hey, so you need it. Sweet loving. Huh? Is that how they talk? Would you be my sweet lover all the time? I'll be there. Is that what you needed? When you need me. That was me. I was Tyrese. I'll be there. When you need me, just call me. Sweet lady, sweet Kwame. Huh? Is that what it is? Huh, Kwame? He's saying it. Gilbert Arenas, who was talking sweet love, trying to help you up, talk good things to you. They not doing that shit. Kobe not doing that shit over there. It warned you. He ain't whispering in your ear. You will be mistaken. Kobe, as his teammate, is as impatient as Jordan. They said it. They warned you. Kobe is worse than motherfucking Michael Jordan. The closest thing Jackson had to a project in the NBA is Tony Kukoc, who already been Olympian. But hey, Kwame is somebody else's problem now. And because he's a 7 foot, 275 pounds, he is judged by talent advisor, have plenty of the dreaded P word potential. Wizards, we got pretty two good players, okay. Coron Butler, 6'7", can score. He's a very good, Chucky has a very good backup point guard. I'll be able to play a few minutes alongside Arenas. 4 times in 6 seasons, Atkins average. They're talking about Atkins. Do they go back at him again? Let me see. Oh, twice he played 82 games. He is so durable. Okay, the Wizards got 2 every night players. The Wizards got 2 every night players in exchange for a bus. So that's good news. And it got him for a little bit of money to spend on front court players. Okay, there's basically saying we're going to fire some players. Okay, they're telling us players we could get, Stephen Hunter, okay. Block a shot, okay. In the meantime, there ought to be a sign of relief coming from the 7th Street Northwest over dumping Brown and getting rid of 2 guys who act like NBA players. Kwame again. In the meantime, there ought to be relief from 7th Street Northwest over dumping Brown and getting 2 guys who act like an NBA player. Only you were questioned about being an NBA player, never me. You was a horrible teammate. Not to me. This is what they said. Brown said his only worry about how he plays and how he is judged from this point on. Seems those 4 years were worthless to him as they were to the team. And all of us forced to watch his sorry, half-hearted attempt at growing up. God damn. Good riddance. Kwame Brown, you owe people apologies, bro. Me personally, I don't need it. I'm good. Because this is the last time. That's why it's 5 hours. I will never speak or taunt Kwame Brown again. I don't need to. You have all the evidence here to see who he was. He publicly gave me who he was, what they were saying about him. Good riddance, get the fuck on. You're a bust. Horrible teammate. Never practiced. You showed who I was. Willing to pick him up, willing to practice with him, willing to train him. That was me to him. Fighting for him and his contract. Now, Kwame Brown. Kwame Brown, I'm gonna hurt your heart here. Okay. I think we've done enough. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, there's another one. Let me see what this is. See, what can Brown do for you? Let me see what that is. Is that something we need to look to see if there's forward. Let me see what Brown do for you. Did we see that? No harm, no foul. Accountable for Brown. We suspend Brown. Eton fighting. Okay, what can Brown do for you? So no constitutional. Oh, wow. Michael Wilbon. And so this is Michael Wilbon. I guess this was Wilbon's first one. No consequences is too severe. Oh, there was basically no consequences, 2-for-0 for quitting on your team in the playoffs. So the missing Kwame Brown for the rest of the season is exactly the right thing for the Wizards to do. Not another day should go, another day should the franchise wait on this kid to develop or tolerate his continued lack of professionalism to even have him in the locker room, where he could potentially undermine a team doing just fine in the playoffs would be irresponsible. They even gave an example. A playoff game, because your tummy aches, is on the same day that Brown didn't show up for the game, shoot around, because he had a tummy virus. Houston Rockets guard Bobby Sura checked out of Dallas Hospital in time to play against the Mavericks later that night. Sura had some kind of bug himself, one serious enough to send him to the hospital, where he had to get an IV in him for hours. Nevertheless, he got to the game. Sura didn't bail on his teammates in the playoffs. The issue here isn't whether Brown was sick. The issue is that he doesn't particularly want to play. Brown got upset Saturday because he played just 4 minutes in the game. Even though he was terrible in those 4 minutes. He got upset because the people here who paid good money, bitch, why did you only play 4 minutes? Even though he got upset because the people here who paid good money for tickets increasingly booed him because they were seeing marginally talented, or they seen talented guys like Michael Ruffin, a guy with no draft pedigree, getting minutes and the love because he thinks, hustle, practice, cares, sacrifice. Brown, of course, isn't even remotely familiar with any of those characteristics. Who the fuck were you? Because I'm pretty sure the people here never heard this Kwame Brown. They understand that people picked on you. You made it seem like you didn't do nothing. We just picked on you. And I played 13 years, and I said, you only made 63 million. I got paid 63 million after 120 games. When I came to you, my contract was 63 million. You had the rest of your career just to make that money. It says you were so mad at Michael Ruffin, a guy who works, thinks, hustle, practice, cares, sacrifice. And of course, Brown didn't even know or was familiar with any of those characteristics. They said, damn, Monday night for game 4, Jarvis Hayes was on the court trying to practice with a busted kneecap. Jarvis, who couldn't play, had a cracked kneecap, was still trying to play for us in Brown in game 4. He was training, still trying to be helpful for us. Brown was not answering his phone. Of course not. They're telling you about who we were. Juan Dixon shot hundreds of jumpers trying to find his stroke. He followed his coach into MCI Center Saturday from a 1-in-10 shooting performance. He initially begged for another chance to earn minutes. See, Juan Dixon had a horrible game. He went to practice, showed up, shot hundreds of shots, Kwame. Hey, coach, please don't bench me. I'm here for you. I got it. Just keep trusting me. Because remember, I'm playing 46 minutes, so there ain't no motherfucking minutes. So there's only minutes coming from Larry Hughes a little bit, and he didn't want coach to play Larry 46 minutes. He went to the gym practicing hard. This is who you was, Kwame Brown. Not who you say you was. We read it. Now, I want to bust another bubble for you. I was holding it. I thought that I will hear it again, but it was you who said it, but I'm not going back to the videos. Kwame, I didn't want to. Here is something. Kwame Brown, you said, and I quote, you and your agent had a conversation during the playoffs about, the playoffs is in April, May. You and your agent had a conversation sometime after the Utah game and the end of the playoffs. Sometime then, you and your agent said Tyson Chandler got $80 million for 5 and 5. And you averaging 10 in this, you should get more. So you're saying Tyson Chandler signed this $80 million deal in April, May? And your agent is telling you you're balling in the playoffs, you're going to sign that money? Well, how are you having that conversation if Tyson Chandler signed a 6-year, $63 million deal September 2nd, 2005? June, July, August, September. He signed his money, $63 million. $63 million, Kwame, in September. How the fuck are you and your agent talking about his money in April if it didn't happen yet? How can you get more money than Tyson, Kwame, if Kwame Brown was paid 3-year $25 in July 12th, 2005? Kwame Brown. There's no way you or your agent can talk about money or someone's contract if you signed your contract first. July 12th, you signed your deal for $25 million. August, September. Tyson signed 2 months after you. So how are you and your agent discussing somebody else's contract that didn't happen yet? I call cap. You're a liar. You lied. Your whole existence of a male is lying to people for sympathy, trying to make other people seem worse than you were. You are a horrible person, a horrible individual. You have no NBA friends because you hate on everybody. The only reason Eton talks to you today is because he didn't know you missed practice because he had 20 points. Well, he's going to find out now. See, nobody knew why you missed, but you missed because he balled out and you was jealous of it. You're such a horrible person, man. And this is just real shit. Maybe I got it wrong when you got arrested, or I said you got arrested for throwing a cake on someone. I got that wrong. My bad. Let me try this again. You are a horrible human being of a man. If you take someone else's cake, the cake is in someone else's hand, and you throw it on the floor. Your excuse was you're looking at this cake to throw it. Your excuse was you thought it was yours. How do you think a cake is yours? You just left a club walking down the street. How is this cake yours? You ordered a cake? Huh? Show us the receipt. You ordered a cake? Why didn't they give you the cake in the club? Whose birthday was it? Whose birthday was it that you ordered a cake for? Huh? Why is your cake coming to you while you're walking down the street, nigga? This man cake is he walking, they going home to celebrate this man's birthday, and you thought it was funny with your teammates to mess this man's cake up. And you got called out for it, now you wanna, I'll pay you $1,000. I will pay you $1,000 for your cake. They don't give a fuck about your $1,000. Then you try to say, you ordered one, but you're walking down the street leaving the club. Make it make sense. Now, Kwame, we all know you're gonna go in the marathon. You're gonna pick and choose things that you find inconsistent. You're gonna bring up a whole bunch of shit that has nothing to do with this live. You're gonna probably talk about girls, huh? How you was macking down hoes, you know, that you can't prove. You can't find no girls, and me and you know. We know one girl, you would never call her. You're gonna deflect, walk around. It's here. It is here. The articles is here. It's written here. You can't hide from print. I've been vindicated. I'm free. I don't need to address you no more. I don't give a fuck what you say about me. If I known this would have existed, if you and Eton would have had your conversation earlier, and I got to see you two niggas interact, and it didn't match, things, the clues didn't match. Like, wait a minute, why did Eton let Eddie Jordan say that? Eddie Jordan said no. Why didn't Eton say, wait a minute, no, I heard you say this, or any of that? Eton is saying, I never told Gilbert that. He said I did. I never told him that. You told me he said it. He said on that live, I've never said that. He threw you under the bus. Eton interview was the worst for you because it ran me down a rabbit hole to then go back to the Washington Post, to then talk to the general manager, to then talk to all of these people to find out and get put on to who you were as a male. And all I wanted to know for the last 4 years, why did you lie on me about having your bench when I did it? Now everybody know who the fuck you really are. Now everybody know why you don't have no NBA friends. Because you hate everybody's success. If anybody heard him talk about Tyra Thompson, listen to him. I'm averaging this and this, and they pay him $42 million. He's envious that they gave this man $42 million and he don't get it. They mad. Brian Cardinal, mad that Brian Cardinal got money. He was, no one invested in him because who he is, who his work ethic was, why he was always hurt, why he was always fat, why he was a fucking alcoholic. Even when this nigga just makes up lies, he's drinking in the lie. Yeah, they came over. You know, I didn't want to go to practice because I was going to slap them. And me and shit, we was having fun partying with all girls. Me and Oakley, yeah, we got into it. We got into our beef. And then we went to go drink after. Every story starts or ends with a drinking story. but no one thinks you're an alcoholic. Okay. So look, Kwame, it is over. I'm going to treat you like I did when you left. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Let me Google something so y'all can see something. Kwame Brown says Gilbert. Okay. All right. Now, I'm sorry, Kwame. Just to stab a little bit to show how much of a bitch you was. Now, just to show how much of a bitch you was. You know what I mean? Since this is my last day, Kwame, to show how much of a bitch you was. Let's show the world how much of a little bitch you was. Brown, October 1st, you said you was gonna slap me. October 3rd, nigga, 2 days later, it was misconstrued. Huh? Kwame, misconstrued? 48 hours later, you was backpedaling all the way in LA? Why? I'm pretty sure you remembered. I'm from LA, and I was gonna send them golden retrievers to retrieve that head for me. Huh, Kwame? Kwame, huh? Let me see. Come on, Kwame, let me see. Come on. Kwame, right here. Huh? Kwame, right here. Marina said he got on a phone call Sunday night from Brown, who offered an explanation. Nigga, you explain how you go from, huh? How you go from Mr. Pim Daddy, huh? Tell them people what happened, boy, huh? I heard you say slap. I heard you say slap. You know, I did it. What everybody gonna do? Yeah, you know what? I never did this. You need blue, huh? Ring, 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 ring. Who the fuck? Who the fuck you think you talking about in the paper? You in my hometown, huh? You live where? That nigga called me. Kwame Brown, hear it? Kwame Brown gave him a call. Rena said he got on a phone call Sunday night from Brown, who offered an explanation. Inflammatory comments that appeared in Sunday's Washington Post. He called me and he said everything was misconstrued. And me, being a good dude, I accepted his apology. Brush it off the shoulder. Just in case, Kwame. October 3rd, Kwame, right here, October 3rd. October 1st, you was gonna slap me. October 3rd, nigga. Hey, listen, y'all, listen. Now it's funny, because I be forgetting. Hey, listen, he get to LA talking that shit, yeah. Y'all see my big house, big cars, big, look at my jewelry. Got holes in the back. I'm surprised they said it. Got holes in the back. Some of these is Gilbert Arenas holes right here. All these holes, huh? Welcome to LA. Look at my view. So why did I miss it? You know why I missed it. I was gonna slap the shit out of that boy. Get you right here. I was gonna slap him. So look, it was wrong for me not to show up, but it pissed me off so much I was gonna slap him. I heard about it. Wait, what? Yeah, so good answer. Ring, 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 ring. The fuck is that nigga's number? Who the fuck? Who the fuck you think you talking to, you bitch ass nigga? All right, look, we gonna pull up. We gonna pull up, nigga. The season ain't started yet, nigga. I can fly down there. I can fly down there. Nigga, the season ain't started yet. 24 hours later. Hey, Mr. Gilbert Arenas. Hey, how you doing? How you doing, Hibachi? How you doing, Agent Zero? Yeah, man. Look, you I guess because I can read your message. This is capital letters. I didn't mean for what he said. That's not what I said. I didn't say I was gonna slap you. Not you. I said I was in a slapping field. I was gonna slap somebody. See, because he might have gotten mixed up with you and Eddie Jordan. I said I was gonna slap Eddie Jordan, not you. Okay? Hello? Oh, okay. I appreciate it. Thank you for accepting it. Missing school. Lord Jesus. So Kwame, I tried, and now it all makes sense why I kept trying to work with you, to do things with you, because it's just in my nature, dog. My nature says it. Giving Uncle Sugar a job, right? Miss Sunshine, right? FYF paying, right? Christy O, right? Everybody I've met on the internet, I've never had a falling out with. Signed a show, gave it to friends, Nick Young, everybody. What have you done? You've done exactly what the paper said you did, or who you were. You have done nothing for no one. You let people use your items when you was going viral to then flag all those people off the internet because they was making money. You flagged everybody who you thought made more money than you. Your downfall was you as an individual jealous of people doing numbers, getting claps, getting views. It seeps through who you are as a male, as a man. You don't have no relationship with nobody. Your kids, nobody, dog. No friends, nobody. Where's Tiki? Nobody. That video did in the nigga interview you, where he's at? Gone. Where's the girl who kind of helped your life? Gone. How do you treat your stripper girlfriend who's been down for you? Treat her like shit. Sister T, who held you down like shit. Queen Regina. I mean, I'ma just be honest. If I came on the internet and I was lying out the motherfucking side of my mouth and I needed two people to ride for me, who was gonna lie with me, who was gonna lie for me, it was Queen Regina and Sister T. They was not listening to nothing. They can see you right now say, Gilbert Arenas, your dad is a pedo. And when you say, yo, nigga, you just called my dad this, Queen Regina said, no the fuck he didn't. No the fuck he didn't. Not my Kwame Brown. Kwame Brown never. Then she'll erase the shit to prove the point. The reason 95% of the shit you say that people can't find is because Queen Regina erased all of it. That's why people started recording you in real time. She did that for you. So the fact that you couldn't even hold on to them, the fact that you threw them under the bus shows who you are as a person. Everybody you started YouTube with, you no longer have relationships with. I went back to see why you and Tommy Sotomayor had a falling out. You are what they said you are here. He put you on his platform. You told him when you booked Judge Joe Brown, you would let him do the interview with you. For you to then backdoor him and don't include him in it. That's what triggered that fight. You backdoored him, didn't include him in something you promised him. You're not a man of your word. To then go on, if I don't want to add you, I don't need to add you. It's my choice. You did one of those. When you admired this man, when you wanted to hang out with this man, to then, when you get a big celebrity, you try to hog it for yourself. You got your cousins fighting your brother fighting your cousin. You can't even have family. What happened to Super Bowl? What happened? Everybody you have a falling out with. Ears falling out with. Over something that happened to you in a locker room. A true story. You got irritated. Stop talking to your Brunswick friend. You have no relationship because you are a selfish individual. I don't care what you have to say anymore. I don't care what your Kwamites are gonna say. It's irrelevant. You got exposed of who you are, how you lied on my name to become famous. So even though I exposed this, it still irritates me just listening to the niggas say it. Because I didn't go back this far. It just irritates me listening.
I was quiet on you for years. I wasn't gonna say nothing. You the right hand arm of them white boys. You niggas is the worst nigga. You took food. You took down there. What did I get? 3 years, 25 with the Lakers. I was slided to get 80, 88 because what Tyson got. Nigga, you took millions.
I was sliding to get 88 what Tyson got that you signed before him.
Out my mouth, nigga. And you shout like you somebody, like you love black folks. You the whitest black boy I ever know. So y'all niggas miss me with all that, nigga. Whichever one of these white folk paying you niggas to come at me.
Kwame, your stage is yours. Do as you please. After 4 years, I finally got the answer, and I didn't know it was going to come from an interview between you and Eton. I really believe that Eton told you this when you just made this shit up when you got to LA. to try to justify why you quit. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the Kwame Brown saga. I don't need to know what Kwame Brown is doing, care what he's saying. It's irrelevant to me because I'm the type of person is this. The lie started here. What triggered the rest of it is meaningless to me. That's why I said he started his career on a fake beef that turned into real beef. But me, I'm still in 2021 to apologize for 2021. What happened after that? I don't care. Personally, me, I don't care about it. What you said about my dad, my kids, you all, I don't care. If you need an apology from me during the 4 years of after this, I'm sorry for disparaging your mother's name during our fight. I'm sorry for coming at your father. I'm sorry for dragging your brothers into this beef. Sometimes you got to get your hands dirty. Even though I didn't want to get my hands dirty, but I'm man enough to say I'm very sorry that I went down that route to come to this conclusion. I never had no problem with Miss Brown. She was a beautiful soul to me. Her and my dad, when they met in summer league and stuff, nothing but nice. Never had no quarrel with anybody, but just you. But you're one of those people that when you're beefing, you like to drag other people in it for them to take hits for you to talk about this person. Like you tried to do that with the Eton guy. Oh, hey, Gil, he makes more money than you. He want to talk about big bank, take little bank. See, I didn't want to have these discussions with him. Had nothing to do with that. Oh, hey, Eton, Eton, you gonna say something about Eton? See, you bring these people into the world so they can take the hits for you. And I'm sorry if for anybody out there, Ear, Sister T, Queen, I apologize. If I disparage you, talk bad about you, the pictures I made about y'all coming at Kwame. Y'all didn't deserve it. Nobody does. Nobody did. This is an evil nigga here. Y'all read how evil this man is. You see, he will do anything. He will lie on anybody. He will deceive any and everybody. His kids, his friends, his teammates, everybody, niggas who are lying to the public on his behalf. You see how they would go to somewhere else to talk bad on him. You see the definition of what a real Kwame Brown is. Appreciate you guys. Now we can move on with our lives. Get ready for real content, real gaming, real Gills Arena, real gridiron. We can finally move on from this Kwame Brown bullshit. I appreciate you guys. Hold on. Nigga send money, hold on. Oh shit, okay. Queen B, hello, listen from the clouds. Make sure you share audio screen. Okay. Get Millie or the kids to help you. Okay, oh, because it is during that time. Did you practice? Yes, I'm talking about practice, Jesus. Had a breakout year. Queen B, stand up. Appreciate it, Queen, man. Who is lying? Kwame or Gil? The confusion. Y'all got all the evidence. Y'all get to figure that out now. Celebrity Shook. Junkie Kwame lies fully exposed. Kwame just jealous junkie. Is Kwame Kevlo that tub picture posted? I'm gonna be reacting. Hey, listen, everybody, listen. Hey, y'all do what y'all do now, man. React, whatever. This is not my thing anymore. I've said my piece. I apologize to his family. And I'm officially done. Appreciate you guys. I will no longer talk about him or even use him as a running joke. It is officially over for me. I proved that he lied on me, he disparaged me, and he made it all up to be a victim.